think she's reconnecting now. We're getting there. We can't just have a flawless hearing, right? So we need to have a few technical difficulties in there.
Yes.
Make sure people are paying attention.
Chess, only half of what you said about the Commissioner Green was heard. If you want to repeat it, you can do that once we're back up. We're not live right now.
Okay.
We're just reconnecting.
Yes, as I said earlier, Christiane Grieb, our fifth commissioner, is, I misspoke earlier, she's not a practicing lawyer in Alberta. She's an academic and a researcher in history and law. And so we have Kathy lined up, do we now? Coming. Yes, Kathy is a Newfoundlander and Labradorian, a fellow Newfoundlander and Labradorian. And we have actually corresponded and spoken in the past. So is Kathy there now? There's Kathy. How are you today, Kathy?
I'm very well, thank you. How are you?
I'm well, thank you as well. It's a great room of people here who seem to be very interested and enthusiastic to hear all the evidence, including yours. So I'm going to ask you first, though, do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Hi, Kathy.
Hi.
We meet again.
Absolutely.
Good.
Before we start, though, I do really want to thank everybody involved with this and just giving everybody, an opportunity to speak their experience and share what they've experienced throughout the past few years. It's an honor to be able to speak here today. So thank you for that.
Yeah, you're very welcome, Kathy. So tell us a little bit about yourself, Kathy. What do you do?
So I'm an educator, and I say educator because I am a teacher by trade, but when I was working in the school system, but not as a classroom teacher. I was what was called a TLA, a teaching learning assistant. So when all this happened, I was full-time, permanent. I'm a mom. I have 3 kids, ages 7 to 21. I'm a big animal lover, and I'm just an average person.
Absolutely. So where do you teach, Kathy, and or do you still work as a TLA now, or?
So we were able to go back to work last June 1st, and I did. And then I went back in the school year, starting in September. So I work with Newfoundland and Labrador English School District. And then I just got this other job opportunity, which I just thought I would explore. It was more money, and not that that's really the issue, but given the fact that I was unemployed for a number of months, our family was, financially stretched. So I really had to explore this opportunity and see, but, my heart is still in education, and I do hope to go back at some point.
Absolutely. How long were you working as a TLA?
I've been in the school system with the NLESD since 2007, like as subs, sometimes replacements, and I've moved in and out of doing different things. I've consistently worked with young people. Like I've worked with Choices for Youth in the past. So as a TLA in this permanent position, that was, I guess this is my 5th year. 2019 is when I started.
Okay, excellent. What grades are you mainly involved with?
My school is K to 4.
K to 4, and the ages that you typically teach would be, what are you involved with?
So the way with the TLAs are like support. So we basically help the teachers. So I was most often with the K to 2.
Okay, to 2, excellent.
So they're 5 to 7 years old.
Okay, so just starting out in life, really.
Yeah.
Kathy, in your submission to the NCI, you had stated that you were diagnosed with Guillain-Barré syndrome.
Yes.
Can you tell me more about that, please?
So I am a Newfoundlander, but I was living in Ontario, and just after I moved back home to Newfoundland, I became ill with, I had pneumonia, and I was experiencing really weird symptoms, like I was getting hives and weakness in my extremities, and just without sparing you all the details. So I ended up, nobody really knew what was wrong with me. I went to Emerge. My doctor was following me because the symptoms kept getting worse. And Remembrance Day weekend, after seeing another specialist on Friday who kind of wrote it off as a flu, on Sunday of Remembrance Day weekend, I think it was actually Remembrance Day, I woke up and I couldn't move. It's hard to explain. Anyone who's had an epidural when given childbirth, and how heavy your limbs feel, that was a feeling that I had. And it was a struggle for me to walk, and it was progressively getting worse. By the time I went to Emerge, I could only get my hands up, like to my head, sort of like this, but I couldn't comb my hair, I couldn't brush my teeth. And I was like, okay, this is not a flu. So I went, and I saw a neurologist, just so happened to be at emergency that day for something else. And he came and saw me and decided that I had to stay for observation. After some tests, it was determined that I had Guillain-Barré syndrome. The first thing they did for me was put me on IVIG, and it got worse. I couldn't move my arms at all. So it's really weird with Guillain-Barré. Like, it's not like if you had a car accident and you're paralyzed, like you're paralyzed from the waist down and everything is numb. I couldn't move, but with help I could get to like a seated position. But I couldn't go to the washroom myself. I couldn't feed myself. My mom gave up her job and came to my bedside, and she helped me actually. I mean, yes, I was in hospital, but she did all my primary care for me. I was a young mother at the time. My children, I only had 2 then, were 5 and 18 months old. So after 2 weeks of being in the hospital, and sorry I focus on this part so
Oh,
much,
that's
and
okay.
what does this have to do, but it's just important for you to understand where I was coming from. So, after 2 weeks of being in the hospital, it was, like I said, they treated me with IVIG first, and it got worse. And then it was determined that I should have what was called plasmapheresis, where I had a line inserted in my jugular. My blood was put through a centrifuge, and all the bad plasma was taken out, and that went on for 2 weeks with the hopes of getting rid of all the plasma. So what happens with Guillain-Barré, your immune system, I suppose, I mean, a doctor would better be able to explain it, but essentially what happens is your immune system is attacking your body. So my immune system was attacking the myelin sheaths around my nerves that was preventing my brain from communicating and doing certain things. I know of people who've been paralyzed to the point that they were on respirators. Thank God that did not happen to me. But I was, essentially paralyzed from that. I couldn't do anything for myself. I couldn't lift my arms. I couldn't feed myself. I couldn't comb my hair. I couldn't dress myself. I couldn't go to the bathroom without help. And so then once I was considered medically stable, I was moved into the Miller Center, which is a physical rehabilitation center in St. John's. A lot of the time you'll see stroke patients there. And so that I stayed there then for 4 weeks as an inpatient, I believe it was. It might have been 6, but for sure it was 4. As an inpatient, where I had intensive physiotherapy and occupational therapy to try to get myself back to where I was, even though sometimes people are not lucky enough to get back to where they were and have long-term residual effects. But, I was a mom, and, not being able to hug my children, it was really hard. Like, that was the thing that got me through, was, thinking about getting back to my kids. So after a lot of hard work, I used to be able to go home, like, on visits, like sometimes on the weekends, sometimes in the evening, just for a few hours. But on the weekends, there were certain stipulations that my family had to have, like there had to be a bed on the main floor. So I was allowed to go home for weekend visits to visit my kids. I remember one night sitting in a wheelchair and not being able to move, and my little 18-month-old just toddled around the floor, fell flat on her face, and your instinct is to hug her, and you just can't move. And I had to sit there and just watch her cry while I summoned my mother-in-law to come pick her up and console her. So, it was very surreal, a very traumatic experience for me. And as you can see, like, I can move, I'm back to normal. My neurologist, said it was pretty much miraculous. But I gained the recovery level that I have, and I should be very grateful for that. I do have residual effects. I do have these, I don't know how to describe them, they're like pins and needles in my extremities sometimes, but they're more intense than that. It's almost like razors, and they just kind of come and go. And I do have a lot of tight muscles that I regularly have to get like massage therapy and stuff for, like in my legs and hips. So after discussions with my neurologist, I have a letter that I submitted to you where he stated to my family doctor that it was advised for me not to get, he specified vaccinations in the letter as pneumococcal and influenza, which is really, at that time, the only respiratory type vaccinations that were available. But in our conversations and what I've, he would discourage me against vaccination, period, unless the risk, it weighs the benefit sort of deal. So I've kind of lived my life for 15 years, not as an anti-vaxxer. Like, I have 3 children. My children are all vaccinated. My pets are all vaccinated. I was not an anti-vaxxer. But just to give you a level of an idea of the kind of support I had for this, because since I recovered from Guillain-Barré syndrome, we had the H1N1 epidemic, that outbreak. And, my family doctor was a doctor I had with Guillain-Barré syndrome, so I was her first Guillain-Barré patient. And she always supported me with this. So the conversation around H1N1, I was a substitute teacher at the time. Classes were filled with sick children going home during the day and that sort of thing. She wanted me to get my children vaccinated and my husband vaccinated for what she considered herd immunity to protect me, because I wasn't going to get vaccinated against H1N1, and that was, we determined together as a team, well, no, you can't be getting vaccinations. So I typically, I'm not an anti-vaxxer, but I typically never got my children vaccinated for influenza. I really do believe when it comes to influenza, healthy children should just deal with that growing up. I think that's part of building your immune system. And after some serious thought, I was like, okay, maybe I should. There's a lot of young people dying, so they did get vaccinated. But I, on the other hand, continued to teach out in the school system. So one night I get a phone call from my family doctor who was very concerned about me out there teaching and just said, I've been thinking about you. I really, would you mind if I put a prescription of Tamiflu at your pharmacy for you? Like, so that if you get any signs whatsoever of this H1N1 influenza, that you go get it. That's kind. Now, I never needed it. Another example is I used to volunteer with therapy doc. So I volunteered at the Janeway here, which is a children's hospital, and I volunteered in seniors' homes. Now, you have to always get your tests. They get you to do the tuberculosis test, and you submit your vaccination record and that sort of thing, and your MMR. My MMR comes back as inconclusive because I was born before 1982, when people, we only got one shot. Now, I could get another one, but they advised against it, okay? Even when it came to the tuberculosis test, where they insert a little bit of the virus under your skin, again, they found the alternate blood test for me, so I could go volunteer in these places. Now, if I don't remember exactly, but I believe I did have to sign a waiver for volunteering at these, but I was allowed to go. I was allowed to go. So when it came to this vaccine, I was very vigilant. I started, listening to people, reading things as quickly as I could, just to see what this was about. Like I was scared too in the beginning of COVID.
Kathy, let me just quickly interrupt you again. You've got a wonderful flow going. I really appreciate the wealth of information you're providing us. I would just like to ask a couple of clarifying questions.
Sure.
What year did you originally? Was the original diagnosis of your Guillain-Barré syndrome?
November 2006.
So that was in 2006. And you said, there was a neurologist there at the time that happened to be there. Did this neurologist, he said, and I do have a letter, and I will forward that to the commissioners as well for consideration, the medical exemption and the medical recommendation, but the neurologist suggested to you in writing not to get any vaccines because of the potential hazards associated with that. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you may not remember the exact conversation that you had with your general practitioner, your family doctor, in regards to the vaccine, specifically, let's say, to the COVID-19 vaccine. But can you surmise potentially the conversation that you had with your physician?
So I grappled with getting this when I knew it was going to possibly be mandated. I wasn't sure what to do. And I mean, let me be clear, I really did value my family doctor. I felt I had a really good relationship with her. So I've called her just to talk this out with her, but her opinion, she didn't, in all fairness, she didn't push it on me, but it was not, but she didn't have the same, or didn't express the same kind of concern she did, for example, when H1N1 happened. It was basically, well, this is what we're recommending,
right,
and we recommend everyone to get it.
Okay.
She didn't want to see me lose my job, so she did agree to write a letter for me again, which I've submitted to you as well. Because what happened, so as I listened to different sources of information, I've often followed the GBS CIDP.org website. They had a whole section for people like myself who were Guillain-Barré survivors. Apparently, in December of 2020, Dr. Fauci recommended against the vaccine for people who had who were survivors of Guillain-Barré syndrome. And this organization actually wrote an open letter to Dr. Fauci asking that he reconsider that. There was a doctor on that website as well, Dr. Peter Donofrio, I believe his name was. He's chairman of the Global Medical Advisory Board. And I watched a video from him where he talked about how miraculous these vaccines were, 95% effective, no adverse effects. And then as time went on, and there was a news story that came out from Global News out west, I think it was dated June 17th, of a gentleman who had gotten Guillain-Barré syndrome from the vaccine and was seeking compensation. And in that news article, there were, I think, 14 people identified in Canada who were, after suffering from Guillain-Barré syndrome as a result of the vaccination. I followed what was happening in the States. I followed people like Dr. Peter McCullough, who spoke earlier, and Dr. Robert Malone, and their concerns. And the more I had those concerns, and like I said, I had concerns anyway, just with vaccination. I've lived my life 15 years without that. Like, I always, when there was outbreaks of anything at school, I just, hand washing, essentially, is what I did. So when our premier met with Francois Legault, who Quebec had already had the mandates, I felt, okay, that's exactly where we're going, and we did.
Yes.
I reached out to my union in September 29th to express my concerns. At no point was I what you call angry. I wanted to change the conversation because I felt like this was just too black and white of an issue. Like, there are people, and not that my concern is any more than anyone else's concern, but I know there had to be people like me who had similar concerns, whether it was just because it was a new vaccine or they had something like blood clot issues, or, and you couldn't even have the conversation. So my doctor did write a letter for me, but in that same letter, she basically said that she confirmed my diagnosis, said that I was advised of the COVID vaccine benefits, and I declined because of the small chance of relapse. And my neurologist told me that relapse, so the average population has like a 1 in 100,000, I think, chance of getting Guillain-Barré syndrome. Mine was now increased significantly because of having it again. It is still rare, don't get me wrong, it's still rare, but it's there. And the way I also sought to, my neurologist also emphasized the importance of being healthy, which I take my health very seriously now, as I suppose I always did on some level, but probably even more so now. So, it's not something I took lightly. And the way I see with a vaccine, why would I stimulate my immune system, which has already shown that it can turn on me on purpose? If I get a cold or pneumonia or something, I do my best to avoid that. I do my best to avoid getting sick. I take my vitamins, I exercise, I go outside, I wash my hands, I do all those things.
Kathy, it sounds like you're taking all the necessary precautions that are best for you to make sure that you're as protected as you can be without taking the vaccine. And I hate to interject, but we are running a little bit short on time, so I really appreciate your story. I know you have so much to tell us, but unfortunately we have such limited time. I just have really one final question before I pass it on to the commissioners if they have any. But just briefly, how has this experience affected your financial situation with your family? Because I believe there was an impact there too.
Well, I was put on paid leave. I went through the whole process with my union. I was advised to seek exemption. That's not what I originally wanted. I wanted just to grieve the process in the beginning because I felt everyone should have a choice. I applied for EI. I was denied. I appealed it. It was denied. On my ROE, it says that in the little note box that I was unvaccinated as per mandatory policy. I had no source of income. My elderly parents were on standby, ready to sell their house so I could lose mine. And, it put a lot of stress in our house, obviously me not working, and my kids got to see me being stressed. I cried pretty much every day because it's just a disbelief. I would sit home and I was like, I can't go to work. Like, I'm not allowed to go to work. And, even now I still have trouble processing that.
It is difficult to believe that you were, even with a medical exemption, that your record of employment, which will be an exhibit for you, actually mentions in the comment section a little quote, not vaccinated as per mandatory policy.
Yeah.
So, but
sorry, I was just going to say, I did try all the regular ways to have the conversation. I reached out to my union before the mandates. I reached out to local radio talk show hosts. I reached out to politicians. I wrote an 8-page letter to our premier, and I got no response.
Thank you very much, Kathy. I really appreciate your time. If there are any questions from the commissioners, please. No? Okay, there are no questions. Kathy, once again, thank you very much. I really appreciate your time, and I wish we would have had more time to listen to more of what you have to say, but thank you very much.
Commissioners, we're scheduled to go back at 1:15. Is that still the timing? I think so. So 1:15. The hearings will reconvene at 1:15.
adverse events, which is anything that is safe for them. Mentioned that they were indicated for these. This means that we show up in a sample.
We should vote to approve it.
It's worth noting here that Dr. Eric shot because of a 1 in 6.
And the best I ever got back.
Patients. Riddled folks with cancer.
Shot because of a 1 in 60,000 risk of clotting side effects.
Yep. If I could have everyone's attention, we'd like to get underway this afternoon. Attention, please. Thank you. We'd like to get underway here as soon as possible, so this is a 2-minute warning. So anyway, we'll be underway within 2 minutes. Thank you very much. And I guess I would ask also if you make sure if you have a cell phone on you to keep it on mute or vibrate. And what about our internet? Is it iffy? So anyway, as long as you don't start playing videos, then we should be able to maintain a live stream. So anyway, email should be okay. Thank you. And thank you for being here at National Citizens Inquiry.
So I guess we should come to order. The commission is back in sitting, and I'd ask us to come to order, please. Thank you. Next witness is Shelley Hipson. And Shelley, I'd ask you to affirm that you intend to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Hipson. Good afternoon, Ms. Hipson. If you could just tell us what brings you here today. What role have you played in this situation?
Over the last 2 years, I've been interested in finding out the truth from government. And in order to do that, there's a process called freedom of information. And online, you can pay $5 and request any record. And so I became kind of obsessed. I got lots and lots of records, 80 to 100 records trying to piece this all together.
So just walk us through very briefly how you do that and what exactly you can ask for.
You can't ask a question, or you can't ask for analyzed data. You have to ask for a specific a record. So you may ask for a record about vaccines and adverse reactions to the vaccines, hospitalizations, and you can ask it. There's the Department of Health and Wellness, and then there's the Nova Scotia Health Authority. So the department underneath that has a public health branch. That's where Dr. Robert Strang would be working. And then separate from that is the Nova Scotia Health Authority, which is a registered charity, and you're also able to do freedom of information requests to both of those entities.
You've brought today hard copies of a selection of your, we'll call them FOI pops, just for ease of reference. I take it these aren't all of them.
Oh, heck no. I've got about 4 large, huge binders, so I was very kind to you guys. You've got the mini version of some of the highlights, and I hope that it presents enough of the picture of what I've accumulated.
And just to be very clear, every single document that we're going to be looking at today, the source is government. Yes, it's a government document. It's something that's come directly from those departments or the Nova Scotia Health Authority. And specifically, I think with the exception of maybe 1 or 2 pieces of paper, these are all specifically from the Nova Scotia government. Yes. All right, so we have divided, for ease of reference for you explaining this to us as well as for the commissioners, we've divided these FOI pops into basically 3 temporal periods. And so why don't you start with describing what is the first sort of temporal period that we're dealing with, and then you could start walking us through the information that you've received. So what I wanted to start with is a foundation, and that foundation piece is in your binder, and it's Nova Scotia Health Authority 082. And what that provides us, we go back to 2015, so 2015, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, and 2021. What we're looking at are the ICUs. The total ICUs throughout Nova Scotia is, it's a big one like this, if you want to follow along. So the Nova Scotia Health Authority ICUs, and then Aberdeen Hospital, Cape Breton Healthcare, Colchester, Cumberland, Dartmouth, QE2, South Shore, St. Margaret's, Valley Regional, and Yarmouth Regional at the top. And this provides us with a scope, a context. So we can see from looking at this, in 2020, if we go down to ICUs and hospitalizations, the total for 2020 was 7,306. 7,306 what? ICU hospitalizations. Okay. We can also, if we go up to 2015 and look at the total ICUs in that first column, we can see that in 2020 it was actually the lowest number of ICUs since 2015 at the 7,306. Other years were 7,906. 8,300, you would have thought maybe a pandemic would have been in 2016, as that was the highest. 2017, 8,014. 2018, 8,005. 2019, 7,708. And we go down to 7,306 in 2020. And when we add those ICUs together for 2020, the 7,306, and I've just added to July, for example, because I have other documents that go along with that timeline, there were 12,220 ICUs. Sorry, tell us where you found the 12,000 number. It's the 7,306 total for 2020. And then I've added January, February, March, April, May, June, July of 2021. Okay. I didn't include August and September because other documents go along just to July, the end of July. Okay. And that totals 12,220. So if we can remember that number, around 12,000 people went into ICU for about a year and a half of the pandemic. Okay. So just to be clear, this very large document, essentially what it is the NSHA-082 was multiple pages, and all you've done is tape them together so that it's visible all at once?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. We can also see in March 2021 that the number of ICU beds went from 121 to 117. So even in a pandemic, they were reducing the number of ICU beds. This happened throughout several hospitals. For example, Cumberland went down to Cape Breton went down 1. Aberdeen Hospital went down 4. So it's just interesting observation to me during a pandemic that there would be a decrease in hospitalizations overall.
As well as a decrease in the number of ICU beds available.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah. So that gives us, when somebody says, oh, there's 4 people in hospital, it kind of can give us a reference of, okay, yes, but there's a lot of beds there. So it's a helpful tool.
Okay, and I just to highlight the fact that you've put some yellow highlights, at least on my copy. Have you done that on the commissioner's copies?
I sure hope so.
Okay.
That was my intention last night.
Okay.
Trying to get them done.
So those are not original to the documents, obviously?
No,
Okay.
but no, they're not. No,
Right.
but just to help people kind of see what I'm trying to do here. If we turn the page in your document, like everybody was hearing and being bombarded with the ICUs and the hospitalizations, I was curious what was really going on, so I did a Freedom of Information request. How many ICU hospitalizations were there each month for COVID-19 in 2020 and for each month up to including July? So when I did that, this is what I got back, was this one.
It's entitled COVID-19 ICU hospitalizations.
And if we want to take a brief look at that, we can glance down, again, by hospital, and these are just your 10 ICU hospitals. So out of the 10, 5 of them had no ICU hospitalizations for a year and a half into the pandemic. Aberdeen, Cumberland, South Shore Regional, St. Martha's, and Yarmouth had no ICU hospitalizations. If we look at the rest of them, they are less than 5.
With the
Exception of the QE2.
Right.
Yes.
On a couple of occasions.
Yes.
Okay, and when you say ICU hospitalizations, this is specifically referring to in the COVID-19 units.
Yes, this is COVID-19 ICU hospitalizations. So when we look at the 12,220 ICUs that happened during that same period on the first that I gave you, there's another little sheet because I told them that I couldn't add these at the bottom, so there's another one. We can see that Aberdeen had 0, Cape Breton Health Complex had 10, Colchester Regional had 9, Cumberland 0, Dartmouth 5, QE2 74, South Shore 0, St. Martha's 0, Valley Regional Hospital in Yarmouth, Valley Regional 12, and Yarmouth 0. When I work those out, basing it on the number of ICUs in this first one, they are all less than 1%. So COVID ICU hospitalizations were less than 1%.
Okay, what's the next document that you have here?
So that dealt with ICUs. The next one, I wanted to say, well, I thought, well, they're not in ICU. Maybe they're all in like general admissions. So I did a combination, and that's Freedom of Information NSHA 2021-173. And that's quite a big, long one. You're probably going to have to stretch out here. But
And the next one that I have, oh, you've got a long one, okay.
yeah. It should be in the yellow, or the orange in the back.
Okay.
And just to give the audience sort of a visual as well, I've highlighted the yellow, which would be 0, which would be 0 hospitalizations and ICUs throughout Nova Scotia.
Now, you don't mean generally, you mean specifically, and I'm looking at this document, reading it, you mean specifically COVID hospitalizations.
COVID, sorry, yes. Right. COVID, ICUs, and general hospitalizations, the vast majority, I was quite surprised, there's no one there. It's pretty empty of COVID.
It would appear that there's a number of spaces here that are blacked out with a section 20 sub 3 sub A cited. Yes.
Anything less than 5, they blank them out. They gave me the reason that I may be able, if it's one person, I may be able to figure who that person is. So it's to protect their privacy. So it's interesting they black them out, for their privacy. But anyway, so that's what that is. They're still all less than 5.
Okay. Have you provided the document where they've provided that explanation? Is that in the binder?
It's in one of the Freedom of Information responses. Okay. I did ask then for an update on this one, and if we turn the page, it's not always easy to get. The update, they wanted to charge me $2,190. So freedom of information sometimes is not free. They may put stumbling blocks, I feel, in your way to be able to access that information. So I just stuck that in.
Let's just back up and I want you to explain or just clarify that first NSHA 2021-173. What was the period over which you were seeking and obtained this information? Over what period?
That went for the year 2020 and up till October 2021.
So January 2020 to October 2021.
To October 2021, yes.
And when you asked for the update, what was the period that you sought in NSHA 2022-047 that was going to cost you $2,000?
I asked for November, December, January, and February, so 4 months.
And that was going to cost $2,000?
Yes.
Had they asked for any additional funds in the original NSHA-2021-173 to give you the same information for the period of a year and 10 months? No, so that one cost you $5.
Yes.
What ended up happening to your updated request?
I redid it and I broke it apart, so I do have it a little bit further on, and it gives us an opportunity to compare what was happening in 2020, 2021, and then it shows something kind of significant in the beginning of 2022, and I have that at the more towards the end.
Okay, so the just if we could, just to put some of this into our situational context, this long document, which is related to NSHA 2021-173 and includes all of the COVID hospitalizations and ICU hospitalizations of January 2020 to October 2021, the vaccine began to be rolled out at the end of 2020, December 2020. Does that sound about right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so far, it would appear, looking at these numbers, that they seem to remain consistent up until October 2021. Is that fair?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
All right. So the next FOI pop that you want to address is what?
So I wanted to know if there was any difference. A comparison, so it's a comparison of deaths from diseases of the respiratory system from 2019 and comparing it to 2020. because we were told, there's so many COVID cases. What was really going on with all of the respiratory illnesses? And that is, just so you know, that's this sheet here. So.
And this is 2022-00455-SNSIS, standing for Service Nova Scotia and Internal Services, March 30th, 2022?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes. So we have 2019, and we can see, we'll just scan right down. We've got influenza, 42, pneumonia, 148, other chronic pulmonary diseases, 496, etc. So it totals 895 for total deaths from diseases of the respiratory system. So 895.
In 2019.
In 2019. In 2020, if we scan down all of those as well, and that includes 66 of COVID-19, there's 827. So 895 in 2019, 827 in 2020. It actually decreased by 68 during that period.
Now, this particular graph, is this one that you produced?
It's one that I produced, and the actual documents, I've put those in your binder, the hard copy data, and I've just put them into a graph so that we can compare what happened between the 2 years.
Okay, so you've done kind of a mini analysis, not really analysis, but you just reorganized the data, pulled the ones that were specifically respiratory, and put it into this graph. But you've provided the actual FOIPOP where you sought records providing total number of deaths per month in Nova Scotia for 2019, 2021, and so far in 2022 as of March 30th. And records showing a breakdown with totals of causes of death for 19, 20, and 21. And what you were provided was, had a lot of other causes of death as well.
That's right.
Okay. And
Yes.
you've highlighted for the commissioners which ones you've used to put into your graph, so that if they wish to sort of double check your work or confirm those numbers, they can do that.
That's right.
Okay.
Yes.
And so this is over the period of, this is a comparison of 2019, which is pre-pandemic, and the first year of the pandemic in 2020.
That's right. 2021, I asked for it, but it was incomplete, so I wasn't able to use that data.
All right. Would you like to move on to the next?
Yes, please. So we are at 2021-01575 HEA. Yep. And the important thing here, I feel, if we just turn to the second page, it's page 1, just after the FOIPOP. And I highlighted, I hope, in your binders, a deceased case. And I'm just going to read that out to you, because it is quite concerning to me that this would be the definition.
And let me just back up for everybody's benefit. We're talking about a FOIPOP request made on December 15th, 2021. Or at least that's when is that when the response comes?
That's when the response. I made it on August 19th, 2021.
Okay, and this is what you had sought from the government. You had sought the definition of a COVID-19 case and a couple of definitions, including how they define a deceased case and so on.
Exactly, yes.
Okay, continue.
Yep. Okay, so a deceased case, that's on page 1, a probable or confirmed COVID-19 case whose death resulted from a clinically compatible illness. Unless there is a clear alternative cause of death identified, such as, example, trauma, poisoning, drug overdose. I'm going to read it again. A deceased case, a probable or confirmed COVID-19 case whose death resulted from a clinically compatible illness. Unless there is a clear alternative cause of death, trauma, poisoning, or drug overdose. A medical officer of health, relevant public health authority, a coroner, may use their discretion when determining if a death was due to COVID-19, and their judgment will supersede the above-mentioned criteria. A death due to COVID-19 may be attributed when COVID-19 is the cause of death or is a contributing factor. So a death can be attributed, a COVID-19 death may be attributed or is the cause of death. The public health authority or coroner may use their discretion, and it can be from a clinically compatible illness.
Okay.
Page 4, Table 2, COVID-19 cases. It's just interesting to note that out of a total of 5,884 confirmed cases, 1/4 of them were asymptomatic. And in Table 3, number of deaths of asymptomatic people are 0. I started to question the whole testing of asymptomatic people. So it's interesting how many had no symptoms. Leading, if you don't have any questions there, I'm going to go right to the next.
Okay. I don't believe that I do. This particular FOIPOP covers March, or the graphs cover, it would appear, March 2020 to August 2021.
Right.
Okay. And these graphs, just to clarify, because some of these graphs you've made, these graphs are ones that were included in the response as they appear from the government.
Yes.
Okay.
So the next Freedom of Information is Nova Scotia Health Authority 2021-185. And what I asked was, any record, proof, document, report that an asymptomatic positive COVID-19 case is contagious and spread to others in Nova Scotia. The response is, we have conducted a thorough search of our records, but we were not able to find any records responsive to your request. We are now closing the file.
Okay. And that was in December 7th of 2021. So that one seems to speak for itself.
Yeah.
Okay. The next document is a graph, and I take it that, again, this is one that you produced. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
And just to highlight for the commissioners, the sources of your information, of the numbers that you've put in here, are entered on the sort of in the middle there where it says FOIPOP and it provides a number. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And then the percentages are sort of, that's something that you did.
That's my calculations,
based on the numbers that are in the document cited here.
That's right.
Okay. So can you just very quickly walk us through what this is?
Okay, so I just wanted to put it in context. The population of Nova Scotia is just over 1 million people. In 2020, there was 238,474 tests done. And in 2021, 1,347,912. That's totaling just over 15,000 tests that were completed. Comparing that to our population, that's a substantial number of tests. Of course, there could be people that are retesting, but that's a lot of tests. The negative tests were 1,564,648. So out of all of those total tests for 2 years, 20,446 were positive. The number of people that died was 114. We know of those 114 in that first year, at least, that 53 of them died at Northwood, a long-term care facility. Those are my percentages, so I'm just going to skip over those. The number of people that die in Nova Scotia, it's approximately 10,000 people a year. So 20,000 people died in those 2 years, and 114 of them were from COVID.
Attributed to COVID.
Attributed to COVID, yes. So it's a very low percentage, and which kind of leads me into the next Freedom of Information response, which would be about the comorbidities. 114 people died, at least 53 of them were in long-term care. So I wanted to know, okay, what else was going on? Why did they die? In order for me to stay healthy and my grandmother to stay healthy. So the next one was Freedom of Information. It's 2021-01142. And I would like to learn the comorbidity data that the people had who died with or from COVID-19, including ages, sex, any information or studies that has been gathered on those who have died in Nova Scotia, COVID-19 in Nova Scotia. And the next one is this. And we can see that in Table 1, 86.7% of them were 65 years and older. Only 13.3% of them were under the age of 65. Down in Table 3, we can see that cancers were 6.7%, cardiac disorders 60%, chronic renal disease 11.1%, diabetes 21.1%, immunocompromised conditions 5.6%, neurological conditions 54.4%, and pulmonary disorders 18.9%. And most of them were in long-term care.
Right.
So just to add context to that.
Okay. I think now we're moving into the next temporal phase where we're talking about after the rollout of the vaccine. We do need to pick up our pace a little bit just to make sure that we get everything in. So let's introduce your documents, and the commissioners will be able to mostly consider the documents themselves. But what's the first one speaking to? 2021-01590-HEA. That's one of the first ones that I did that I learned about the adverse events following immunization. Okay.
I'm going to leave that for them to read.
Okay.
Due to time.
Yep.
I'm going to skip to 2022-01349.
Okay.
And in that Freedom of Information request made on August 29th, 2022, I asked for correspondence, reports, documents given to, sent to, reported to, received by Dr. Robert Strang from doctors, pharmacies, medical officers, hospital administration, long-term care, nursing homes administration. On the topic of COVID-19 vaccine adverse events, side effects, and deaths that have occurred since it was rolled out in our province. This would include correspondence and reports on adverse events and deaths that are temporarily associated with vaccine that have not been clearly attributed to the cause, but to other causes that Dr. Robert Strang has in his possession. So page 1, it's Dr. Robert Strang. He's sending out references for communication. So we saw how across Canada, the chief medical officers seem to parrot a lot of lines. I can understand that now because it was included in this particular Freedom of Information response. So we see Dr. Bonnie Henry, Dina Henshaw, Teresa Tam all being included in this.
Okay, and what this one refers to media lines.
Yes.
So they're indicating how people should discuss this in the media.
With the public, yes, yeah.
Is there anything to highlight there in particular, or just that they all have the same media lines distributed to them?
So on page 5, January 21st, 2021, so that's only about a month after the rollout. Question 3, can vaccinated people spread the virus to others? There is limited evidence on whether someone who received the vaccine is still able to spread the virus. So here we were told that it was safe and effective, but that clearly states there is limited evidence on whether someone who received the vaccine is still able to spread the virus. Everyone must continue following public health measures regardless of vaccination with COVID-19 vaccines to protect themselves, their loved ones, as well as people and communities at risk of more severe disease and outcomes of COVID-19. On, let's see, page 13 are emails, and they're emails to and from Robert Strang and their medical officers. So the first one is, "Hi, Rob. In case you receive any queries, I'm looking into an adverse event following immunization following the death of a resident vaccinated in long-term care. A female received a Moderna COVID-19 vaccine and died." And I'm just going to kind of flip through them. Another one, "Hi, everyone. Please be aware of an adverse event following immunization reported today and confirmed." And I'm not even going to try to pronounce that word, but it's
encephalopathy.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Developed neurological symptoms. Another one, a serious adverse event, vaccine-induced immune thrombotic thrombocytopenia.
Is that on page 16?
That's on page 16, yes.
Okay.
So with that one, they choose to notify the Premier's office. There's people that have adverse reactions, including swollen, tingly lips, closure of the throat, and they are still recommended to proceed with their second dose of the vaccine.
Can you cite page numbers?
Page
so we can follow
19.
along? Okay.
Sorry, page 19. On page 24 is just interesting. Some adverse events are identified during the clinical trial process. However, new issues can arise once a health product is on the market because it is being used by a much larger number of people, very much larger. Page 27, again, just itchiness and Shelley swollen throat after a Pfizer shot. Shelley McNeil is going to assess this situation. And this is after the second dose, actually, and they, of course, I mean, they were allergic to the first one. No big surprise. Immediately experienced headache, itchiness, flush, so the second one, the same type of reaction. Page 29, some unusual adverse events following immunization came in today. Stroke, thrombotic events, thrombocytopenia, alone, thrombosis, thrombocytopenia. So they knew, this was in the first few months, that people were having these adverse reactions to the vaccine.
And I guess I should have been asking you for dates, but that most recent one that you just cited, where there's stroke, thrombotic events, pulmonary embolism, that was April 15th, 2021, for example.
Yes.
And the earliest one that you cited was January 24th, 2021. So those are all in between those dates.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's move on to the next set.
02124, I asked the same thing. And
this is for a different time period, I take
different
it.
time period. I had to break that one down because I couldn't get it all at once. They were going to charge me some money. So I broke it up. Page 1 at the bottom, we can see allergic reactions, anaphylaxis to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, continuing on page 2, 8 people. Neurological reaction, female receives a Pfizer, vaccine and has a seizure. If we scan down some of those, there's pericarditis, hyperthyroidism, rashes, pulmonary embolisms. A male receives a Moderna shot, rash toes, then serious and hospitalized. There were 6 people. So a male gets Pfizer and has a cardiac arrhythmia, thrombotic stroke, pericarditis, ischemic stroke, hemorrhagic stroke.
So I'm just going to stop you. So what's interesting about this set is that at this point in June, this is in June of 2021, they're now breaking down their emails to Dr. Strang into sort of 5-day increments.
Yes.
So this particular email is addressing June 7th to 11th of 2021. They've got 8 allergic reactions. They've got 1 neurological reaction, 8 that they consider non-serious, but it includes a pulmonary embolism, as well as a vitreous detachment and pericarditis. And then they've got 6 serious hospitalized, which you've just read to us there, a couple of ischemic strokes, hemorrhagic strokes, pericarditis, thrombotic stroke, and so on, and a death, which it appears was due to pulmonary embolism.
Yes.
That's all in a
In a week.
5-day period?
It's at a 5.
Okay.
Yes.
And Dr. Strang's response was, will be interesting, so do we have serology for specific cases? So he responded to that, indicating he had seen it.
Yes.
Okay, so then moving on very quickly through the next.
It's the same sort of thing. Anaphylactics, allergies, pericarditis.
This is June 14th to 18th.
Yes, June 14th to the 18th. Seizures, systemic stroke again, pericarditis, another pulmonary embolism, even things like colitis and allergies, another pulmonary embolism. So that's that date. It just keeps going. Like, they knew he was receiving these emails knowing that people were being seriously injured and dying and having strokes, yet it was being told to us that it was safe and effective. Page 5, he has the word concerning.
So just to back up, the response to the June 14th to 18th email, that email was sent on June 18th at 6:14 p.m. And at the top of the page at 8:17 p.m., what was Dr. Strang's response on the top of page 3?
So we would have to acknowledge a singe case? Is that
single case?
Single case, but with few details due to privacy.
Okay. And then, and on that particular date, they were reporting 6 allergic reactions, 5 they considered non-serious, but including pericarditis, tachycardia, and 5 serious hospitalized, including a bilateral pulmonary embolism, seizure and stroke in the same person. And on that particular date, no deaths were reported.
Right.
And then on the next page, number 5, page 5, that report covered, well, it's in a slightly different, format, but on July 12th, Leslie Wynot sends an email, Noella sends an email to Dr. Wynot. We have several myocarditis, pericarditis reports that we received today. This is the first one. And following the email thread up, what was Dr. Strang's response on page 5?
Just concerning.
Concerning.
It's concerning.
This is all in June and July of 2021. And the mandate and the Vax Pass were brought in the fall of 2021.
That's right. Yeah.
Okay. There's several more pages of this, and as interesting as it all is, I think we should fast forward. And we will put some electronic copies of all of these on. We'll make them available to the commissioners, and I'll speak to whoever might be able to put them on the web as well.
Yes.
Okay, what's the next one? You've got 2 or 3 minutes.
Okay. I just want to highlight in 2022, 1408, that they are not counting any of the deaths after 30 days. So we can see sort of a criteria that they have to follow, and so the criteria is very tight. Localized events, 7 days, allergic events, 48 hours, neurological events, 56 days. And what I've noticed in the reply to my Freedom of Information request is that there are no adverse events being recorded after 1 month. So I don't know what people are seeing in their community, but I certainly have concerns of what's happening in mine, and it may take a little bit longer for blood clots to manifest into death, and they are not recording anything after 1 month.
Okay. How about, I don't know how you feel about making the last one that we discussed, the comparison of the hospitalizations after the more recent hospitalizations for COVID?
Yeah.
I think that's the one in your red folder at the back, but I'm not.
I think it is. Yeah.
Sure.
161.
Yes. NSHA 2022-161.
So if we pull out that, So we've gone from basically zeros. And did I write it on my copy? Did I write it on your copy?
Probably.
Is it
got lots of numbers on mine.
5,972. 5,972 general admissions for COVID.
Over what period?
It's just January to October 2022.
Okay.
So we've gone from nothing, zeros, to a substantial increase to general hospitalizations that are happening.
Specifically for COVID.
Specifically for COVID.
As attributed by the government.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are there any other ones that, any last thing you want to pop in there before we close?
The exemptions, I just wanted to touch on that. The Public Service Commission did the exemptions for their government employees. 76 people applied for an exemption. 67 of those were declined. And I was quite surprised that the criteria for the exemption actually came from the Nova Scotia Public Service Commission and the Nova Scotia Department of Justice. They were the ones that created the exemptions for people, which was very hard to get an exemption. And the other thing that I just want to mention briefly is in the adverse events following immunization for the year 2022, on page 4 at the bottom, a category of adverse events following immunization labeled other serious or unexpected events are not shown but are relatively frequent. These primarily include reoccurring conditions, gout, and cancer. So they have actually acknowledged that reoccurring cancer in their, this is a government document, in January 2022. Which just leads me to Statistics Canada saying that the third week of January 2022 was the deadliest week in Canada since the pandemic began, with 27% more deaths than would be expected. And then recently we've had an article in the CBC, Nova Scotia tight-lipped about spike in deaths. Unexpected high numbers of people are dying in an untimely fashion.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Don't go away yet.
Oh, sorry. Questions. Ms. Hipson, the commissioners may have questions.
Yes, sorry.
Is this on? Can you hear me? Oh, there we go. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
I just have a couple of questions actually around the Freedom of Information process.
Mm-hmm.
Did you experience any issues in having your request granted?
Unreal. It's been unreal. I had to be so determined and patient. There were so many stumbling blocks. Even when there was, I would apply, they'd extend it for another 30 days, and then they'd say, oh, 30 days, the extension, that's 60 days, then it's going to cost you this is one $540. And it was an important one, so a few of us chipped in on it. And then even when I paid the $540, they then did not grant me the information. So it's been unreal, yes.
And how do you think they could improve that process?
That's a great question. Freedom of information is not free. Ontario, I believe under their act, it's more so than here in Nova Scotia. They have the liberty to, I feel, put it as a stumbling block in your way. So I would like to see if it's true, if what I was being told, Ontario can't do that. So I would like to see it. It's our information. They are our public employees. None of this I should have had to do through Freedom of Information requests. It should have been given to us, and then we wouldn't have been scared. Yeah.
I have a couple of questions. I'll start with a more sort of medical, maybe it's out of your expertise, but I noticed that many of the cases reported were sort of anaphylactic shock. Are you aware whether they make any distinction between anaphylactic to some drug or septic shock? Because septic shock can actually be induced by LPS.
Okay.
That have been shown recently to be a fairly present contaminant in the mRNA preparation.
Yeah, that is, sadly, that is beyond my scope, but
They
yeah,
haven't
no.
made the distinction.
No.
You've never seen
I've never seen it in my information.
Okay.
Thanks, yeah.
Okay. Good. My other question is, this is a very thorough work you've done. Your dedication is impressive. If you would now synthesize the message you can gather from all of the data from the government side and contrast that with the message on the government side, what would be your appreciation?
So I'm hearing you say, like, comparing what I know and what they've told us from this and what they've told us from. I think it's sad that they didn't provide the context and they created so much fear. And with the fear, people went out and got vaccinated for something based on my numbers has a 99.5 recovery. That troubles me that we have those types of people that would do that to us in our government. It troubles me to see that there were nobody was in ICU, and yet in the media line, it felt like we were just being totally overwhelmed. The hospitals were overwhelmed. The schools were, in my mind, I cannot fathom why anybody would want to do that to people. Like, it troubles me that that's who we have in leadership positions. So,
maybe one last question.
Yeah.
A pandemic is a global event, so you would expect that you would have similar number across provinces in Canada or the States or other country. When I look at the number you have compiled for Nova Scotia, by and large, that seems to be fairly low compared to what we've seen from other places. So do you think that there's something special about the people or in Nova Scotia, or the way the pandemic has been running in the province?
I feel with media lines that they used across the country, I bet if you went to every province and did exactly what I did, you'd be quite surprised. I feel that it would expose the truth. I do feel that we've been bamboozled into thinking that something was really deadly, and I don't think that happened. I think it was, like, when you look at even the deceased case, and it can be probable, and from a clinically compatible illness, I mean, to a coronavirus, and they're including that in account. It's pretty easy to get those numbers up, right? And then people in long-term care, sadly, when they die, they do fill up with mucus. Like, to swab that, like, okay, you've got the symptoms of COVID, like, so. And here in Nova Scotia, what is it? The 83 is the median age of somebody dying of COVID-19 in the province. The life expectancy in Nova Scotia is 80. Like, we've got to start. Thank you for your questions.
Thank you.
Thanks.
You talked a fair bit about ICU beds in the province. I have a couple of questions. One is, did you also ask about the ICU bed staffing? Because it's one thing to say you have a bed, and it's another thing to have a staffed bed.
That's a great question, and I did. I asked for the number of beds that were staffed over the last 2 or 3, 2019, 2020, and I believe it's for 2021. And there are around 3,100 and some staffed beds. And I didn't see a decrease. Now, that might be happening in 2022. I did do another Freedom of Information asking how many people were no longer working or who were out on COVID, and that seems to be growing. So, yes, that's a great question. Yeah.
My next question, again, has to do with ICU beds, and I thought I heard that you were looking at stats prior to 2019. And so my question is, did you look at ICU bed numbers in the province, say, from 4 or 5 years ago, and then try to see what the trend was, whether the ICU beds in the province prior to the pandemic were increasing or decreasing or staying the same?
That's what this beauty chart here, the first one, let's take a peek. And they're staying, as far as the beds are concerned, they're staying about the same. As far as the ICUs, hospitalizations, just particularly with COVID, I think they could be seeing a bit of a problem. So there is another fold in there with the ICU beds, and it looks to me like they've tripled for COVID ICUs. Okay. Yeah.
One last question, because I know we're short on time, and this is more or less based on the testimony we had earlier from Dr. Phillips. And you talked about a number of adverse reactions, and you did a FOIA request on that. Do you have any information as to how many of those adverse reactions were actually reported into the CAFIS system?
No, not into that system. I don't. I see where I've done Freedom of Information requests and the numbers I've got, and now I'm seeing a change in those numbers, like they're decreasing. They're not increasing, so I do question how much cleaning of the data they may be doing. I don't think they're all getting in there. And when I start to see the emails and the number of strokes and things that are happening, and then I see the serious adverse events, the number should be much higher. There's something going on there, in my opinion. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you for your presentation. I just have one quick question. Given that the chief medical officers across the country had the same messaging for communications to the populace, I'm just wondering why there was different mandates and measures put in place from Nova Scotia to other provinces within the country. Did any of the FY, for your information requests, actually give any evidence to why that would be happening? Thank you.
No, the media lines that I received were primarily dealing with reactions to the vaccine. So they were specific to that. Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Simpson.
Bate, is it not Bates? Bate?
I think so.
Dr. Bate, thank you for appearing here. I'm going to ask you to affirm that you intend to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Dr. Bate.
Good afternoon.
I'm one of the Atlantic Council on the NCI team. So, can you just very briefly walk us through your credentials?
Okay, I'm a retired dentist, graduated with a Bachelor of Science in Chemistry from the University of Western Ontario in 1986, and in dentistry, Doctor of Dental Surgery in 1991. I practiced privately in Kincardine, Ontario from 1991 to 2013. I've since retired due to injuries in my shoulders and have moved to Newfoundland in 2017.
And I understand that your university education was heavily weighted in the math direction. Is that right?
Yes, in fact, I didn't pursue a degree in mathematics, but I took all of my elective courses while pursuing a BSc in chemistry in math and physics.
And you have a special interest in statistics and data analysis.
I do, yes. I've got a keen interest in it.
Do you apply that interest on a number of areas?
Yes, for many years I was doing stock analyses personally, and I've always been interested in sports analysis, but the last few years since the breakthrough cases, when they occurred, piqued my curiosity, because being in the medical field, I always believed that vaccines would stop transmission to a great degree, if not, some degree. But when I started hearing about breakthrough cases, I did send an email to our health officer, Dr. John Hagee, outlining my concerns, because I knew people were saying, why am I getting this disease? I got vaccinated, and I received a response basically saying that the government was tracking breakthrough cases, but they weren't going to be producing any evidence or any numbers for the population, but national surveillance was being done, which kind of shocked me.
You had an opportunity to apply your math skills and data analysis skills to two discrete areas that we want to talk about today.
Sure.
The first being the Pfizer document, or the document released by Pfizer, or I suppose more accurately released by the Department of the FDA after that order by the judge in January of 2022. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, and ultimately that document purports to come from Pfizer. Is that right?
Yes.
What is that document? I think we have a copy of it to put up.
It's the adverse events that Dr. McCullough referenced earlier, and I pulled this up last year, looked at it, and was rather shocked, to say the least. A lot of it was redacted at the time. It got re-released a month later, so when I went to look at it, again, I couldn't find it, because it was originally released on March 1st, then they moved it to April 1st, so it got harder to find. But when I did, this is what I discovered, and I must say, there were about 42,000 participants in their clinical trials. They were monitored from December 14th to the end of February of, 2019 to 2020. And 42,086 had side effects, numbering nearly 160,000 side effects. So the average person had almost 4 they reported. Interestingly enough, out of the 42,000 individuals, as Dr. McCullough referenced, 1,223 resulted in fatal results. 9,400, the outcomes were unknown, which is astonishing.
What does that mean, unknown, or what would you think that to mean?
Well, they didn't report, and my personal understanding is people that die don't report. But I can't say they all died, but there is how they got lost in the system, I don't know. Further to that point, if I can just move to the next slide, this is in the same report. They spoke of the pregnancies that were involved, that the mothers that they followed. There were 270 pregnancies. In the end, they only were able to, 238 they did not follow. They got lost. 32 they followed. Only 1 had a normal outcome of a live birth. I'll move on. Further in this report, they categorized by physiological, what was the cause, basically. So they broke them down into cardiovascular, neurological, all the different possibilities, categories of this. And just to show you one here for cardiovascular, they state in the relevant event outcomes, fatal was 136, and the conclusion, which is too small for me to read here, but it does, I believe it says, the cumulative data indicates no safety concerns and surveillance will continue.
That's at the bottom of that slide.
Yeah, it's up there. Yeah, it's very small, I'm afraid.
Yes.
But
conclusion: this cumulative case review does not raise new safety concerns. Surveillance will continue.
Correct. And just to illustrate that was not an isolated incident, the very next one is people that got COVID, either through transmission or possibly from the vaccines. The same thing happened here. 136 fatal. Conclusion: this cumulative case review does not raise new safety issues. Surveillance will continue. So that's Pfizer's own data that they tried to hide for 75 years. I think I know why.
When you say tried to hide for 75 years, can you just tell us what you mean by that?
Well, they were asked to report and give their data, and they refused to. So there was a doctor in the States who I can't think of his name offhand, but he had to spend a lot of time and money to go to the Supreme Court in various jurisdictions to get that action, to get a judge to finally say, yes, you need to release that data.
Okay, what's the next page that we're looking at here?
We're looking now at Canada. So this would be
okay, sorry, we're moving on from the Pfizer trial.
So I'm just looking at safety issues here in Canada. So that's just from the manufacturer. In Canada, it was reported January 8th of 2021. So it was the second week of reporting. This is what they reported, that there had been 10 serious adverse events reported and 338,423 doses administered for an overall incidence of 0.003%. Who were serious. And now I'll move to the next one. So as time went on, they made provision to update the data as time went on. As more events occurred, they could reestablish what the numbers were from previous reports. And down the road, this would be December 9th, 2022, that very week that they'd reported previously, suddenly had 31 serious outcomes, and 256,000 doses were no longer in arms. They only had 82,512 doses administered.
So sorry, what is the contrast that you're pointing out here?
Well, basically, after a year and 44 weeks, they decided to then update the data. And they'd been doing it progressively throughout the time, but at that point in time, the number of adverse events, serious adverse events, tripled, and the number of doses that they claimed were given went down by a factor of 4. So they tripled the serious adverse events, one-quartered the number of doses given, 12-fold decrease or increase in the serious adverse events were actually observed early on in the vaccination program.
And where did you obtain this data?
This is all from healthinfobase.canada.ca. If you look for safety, vaccination safety data, it's all there.
Is this still there?
I'm not sure. I actually got this from a third party who sent this to me. I had some of this data, and she sent this to me in an email just a few days ago, so I'm a little not 100% on
whether it's still accessible.
I'm not sure. I think it is, but again, it gets changed all the time. So really noteworthy, if I can just move on to the next here, is this is a slide showing the numbers in pink and the yellow outline are what the data was for these first 6 reports of 2021, and the ones that are just in the purple are what they had reported. So you can see that there's the 338,000 original doses, and 10 adverse events became 31 and 82,000. And as time goes on, the doses became more true or accurate, but you can see even in May of 2021, where they had originally reported 1,262 serious adverse events, it was actually 2,234 are now being attributed to that time frame.
What if anything, do you make of that?
Well, if I can just continue,
okay,
there's an explanation forthwith. So basically back early on, so this is April 15th, 2022, as the numbers started climbing, they had 128 Guillain-Barré syndrome attributed side effects, and myocarditis, pericarditis were 2,044. And this, again, is from a third party. I didn't write the red things in here, so you can try to ignore those. But then in May of 2022, they reclassified these based on the Brighton Collaboration Index. And they grade these things in different, from levels 1 to 4. And so suddenly they have 2 classifications for each of these. And then they decided later on in May to go back to 1. and they dismissed 120 Guillain-Barré syndromes, and 1,000 myocarditis pericarditis were then no longer attributed on this. So I believe as they went back and increased the numbers from the previous ones that were not reported, they then removed these so that the numbers had the total number just continually went up just a little bit week to week. A bit of sleight of hand, I'd say. So this, I'm going to move on to effectiveness now. I just want to go through a series of these just to show, these are screenshots that I took from the same healthinfobase.canada.ca. You may be familiar with these. They used to categorize these as such: unvaccinated, cases not yet protected, partially vaccinated, fully vaccinated, and fully vaccinated with an additional dose. So I've got this from May 8th, 2022. I then got June 5th, 2022, July 3rd, July 31st, August 28th, and September 25th. Now, in each of these publications...
Sorry, are we going to go back and look at those, and you're going to walk us through those
I've got
charts?
all the data on this hand thing I did, all right? So those numbers are all here, but I'm going to summarize them shortly.
Okay.
So, for instance, May 9th to June 5th, unvaccinated cases were 4 times more likely to be hospitalized and 5 times more likely to die from their illness, which I would only assume would be per case, like based on a percentage of cases, compared to fully vaccinated cases. During the same 4-week period, unvaccinated cases were 4 times more likely to be hospitalized, 6 times more likely to die from their illness compared to cases fully vaccinated with 1 or more additional doses. So I'm just going to go quickly through these. They're the same for, there's 5 of these. And again, these are only here because I screenshotted them. That data is no longer there. There's a few of them that are there, but if you go back, they only go back to April of 2022, and half of the dates, if not more, have no data whatsoever. In fact, if you go back to the very first one, it's actually, I think it's April 10th or something. If you click on that one, it has the September 25th of this, in the future data on it. It's absolutely nonsensical. But I'd really like to highlight one here. Is August 1st, August 28th. These are some pretty big numbers. They claim that unvaccinated cases were 5 times more likely to be hospitalized and 7 times more likely to die from their illness compared to cases with a completed primary vaccine series. During the same 4-week period, unvaccinated cases were 7 times more likely to be hospitalized and 8 times more likely to die from their illness compared to cases with a completed primary vaccine series and 1 or more additional doses. So this is my work. I'm old school. My dad taught me early in my life that if I wanted to remember things, you write it down. You don't just look at a screen or type it in. It doesn't stay. So this I've been doing for a couple of years now. I've got 5 books of this graph paper that I've been doing analyses of various things COVID related on. This is a summary of those numbers for everything that I showed you there. And hospitalization rates are given and death rates for the periods. I really want to isolate on this August data, and the last 3 reports are very, I'd say, damning to the vaccinated. I'm going to look at death rates individually here. For July 3rd to the 31st, the death rate in the unvaccinated was 1.09%. In the fully vaccinated plus 1 dose, it was 0.94. With 2 doses, it was 1.95. And for those with any vaccinations whatsoever, or fully vaccinated above, they stopped doing the partially ones, 1.23%. So now in August, these numbers become a little more scary. The unvaccinated is 1.36% of cases resulted in death. The fully vaccinated with boosters, 1.90. They claimed that you're 8 times more likely to die if you're unvaccinated from your case than if you'd had a booster dose or more. And in fact, those people were dying at about a 40% higher rate, not lower by 8 factors, higher by 40%. And the same holds true in the September data as well. I just want to point out quickly, I do believe I have it here. It's not the one I want to, right here is, this is the Worldometer's yesterday's data. I believe the number of deaths attributed in Canada so far is 51,000 some odd out of slightly over 4 million cases reported for an overall mortality rate of 1.12%. So 1.12%, if we look at the fully vaccinated with 1 or more doses and 2 or more doses, those numbers for the last 2 months are basically double what they've been for the entire duration of the pandemic, with a less mortality variant in play, apparently. These are rates, not numbers. So how is it that twice as many people that are diagnosed are dying than throughout the entire pandemic, is what I can't quite comprehend. But
Okay. Does that conclude your prepared
not quite,
statements?
no. I just
Okay.
want to point this out as well. So these are basically the same things I looked at, what they had claimed the percentage or the factor of hospitalization and deaths were compared to what the actual numbers that they published in the same report actually were. And you can see from the bottom three here, basically hospitalization rates were lower in the unvaccinated, and the death rates in particular were much lower in the unvaccinated population than those receiving fully vaccinated +1 or +2 booster doses. Now, further to this, I want to talk a little bit about the vaccination coverage that's been reported. And this is the most up-to-date. This is from Canada.ca. And I just want to look at the one here saying total population that has received at least one dose is stated at 80.7%. And then if we go to the same place you go to access this, if you click on a different button, you can get the health info base number. And this one says at least one dose, 83.4%. And that is a 3% of the population difference. I mean, it's the same people doing the data, I believe. Somehow they report two different numbers. Just a little, it boggles my mind a little bit to quote John Campbell on that. But I do find that astonishing that the same people report different numbers from the same webpage. And I just want to quickly point out from the previous speaker, and I thank her for her diligent work. I think it's noteworthy when we look at respiratory illnesses that result in all these problems and lockdowns and mandates and so forth, that if we look historically, and this is hard to find, I looked it up just a couple months ago, and I thought last night, because I'm a fast talker, I might be able to slip this in too, but I looked at data for the influenza virus, and in the USA in 2019-2020, there were 36 million cases confirmed. And in 2020-2021 flu season, there's no data. They said it was too little to find, and I did find one reference, and the number was 1,675. This represents a 99.995% reduction in influenza cases confirmed in the United States. Infer what you will. In Canada, those numbers went from 55,379 to 69 the following year. And I know that, say what you like, it seems something may have got renamed, but at the end of the day, there were more COVID cases reported than flu cases previously. So how did that happen? I'd like to point out one thing with my bit of a mathematical mind. I looked into the cycle thresholds that were being run on PCR tests in Newfoundland and Labrador, where I'm from. They were running at 45. Now, I know Dr. Kerry Mullis, who developed the PCR test, stated that anything above about 26 cycle thresholds was meaningless because there's too many false positives. To put it into perspective, I did a little math, and if you have a loonie in your hand, your loonie is worth $1. And if you ran that at 45 cycle thresholds, which is to multiply it by 245 times, it's an effort of magnification, it comes out to over $31 trillion. To put that into a more visual perspective, that one loonie weighs 7 grams. And if you took 7 grams and multiplied that by 245 times, you'd have the mass of enough Titanics to lay end to end for 1,200 kilometers. So if you want to bump up some numbers, run 45 cycle thresholds, no problem. Done. Thank you. There's one more comment I'd like to make in Newfoundland and Labrador. They've been doing pie charts. They've stopped. Everyone I've talked to pointed out their discrepancies have ceased to report vaccination status data. So, but in Newfoundland and Labrador, all told, I think we've had 300 or 400 deaths. I haven't looked at it recently. They haven't reported it recently, so I don't know. But I know that between May 11th and June 8th of 2022, there were 11 deaths reported, and they used to do daily updates and say how many cases were from which area, which age groups, and so forth. They noted in that release on June 8th of 2022 that of the 11 deaths, very sadly and tragically, one had occurred, our first death, in the under 20 age group, and at the same time another one was reported in the 30 to 39 age group. And to this date, they are still the only two under the age of 40. All 11 deaths that week were fully vaccinated. So not a single unvaccinated person under the age of 40 has died in Newfoundland and Labrador attributed to COVID during the entire pandemic.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Dr. Bate. I'll defer to the commissioners for questions.
Well, thank you for your presentation. I mean, I've seen some analysis of the government website in terms of the number that we're coming up with respect to the likelihood of getting hospitalized or die. And I'd like you to comment on what kind of data representation you could actually come up with in order to generate these kinds of conclusions, given that the number you've calculated are completely different.
Well, it's speculation. I don't want to say they're lying necessarily, but it seems to be a form of coercion that if you don't get the vaccine, you're probably going to die. And we've seen it through the media throughout, especially in the States. You know, if you don't get it, it's going to be a painful, terrible winter and all of this sort of thing. So I also know personally that in Newfoundland and Labrador, they've reported for almost a year now that 100% of the over 70 population is fully vaccinated. Personally, I know about 20 people in two small towns totaling about 14,000 people, Glovertown and Gander. I have a list of 21 people over the age of 70 that are unvaccinated. And for this to be true, for the 100% to be not 99.9, there could only be 31 in the whole province.
Want to ask a question?
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Welcome. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I sure do.
Thank you.
Yes. My name is Vonnie Allen. I was born and raised in Amherst, Nova Scotia. I left Amherst and moved to Moncton, New Brunswick, only long enough to get my RN diploma and begin my nursing career. In April of 1987, I moved back to Amherst with my then husband and began working at Highland View Regional Hospital. In February of '88, upon returning from my 2.5-month maternity leave, I was given casual employment on the maternity unit. Little did I know that maternity is where I was meant to be, and that I would develop a passion for it that would last almost 34 years, until I was unceremoniously put on unpaid leave on December the 1st, 2021, for standing up for my rights and declining to take an experimental medication. I am the proud mother of 4 adult children and the blessed nanny of 3 little boys. Only one of my children has been awake and supportive of me throughout this 3-year ordeal. Unfortunately, the oldest 3 have believed the mainstream media and the government and have been made unreasonably fearful, like so many others. Two of them have forbidden me to speak of anything related to COVID and the mandates. I have been muzzled and disallowed to talk of the impacts that the COVID mandates have had on my life. The loss of my career, the loss of my income, the loss of respect from much of my community, the refusal of EI to give back any of what I paid in for over 35 years, the 7 months I lived with no income except what I could borrow from friends and family, and an RRSP I was forced to cash in, the inability to step foot in my local bowling alley for 5 months, a place I called my second home for over 40 years, and the denial of entrance to my own local hospital when my youngest daughter had a grand mal seizure last year and had to be rushed in by ambulance. She didn't know her own name. She couldn't speak. She was totally incapable of advocating for herself. She was terrified. And I, her mother, a formerly respected veteran nurse of that very hospital, a hero just 2 years earlier, was not allowed past the front door because I was not vaccinated with an unproven experimental drug. I was married to my children's father for 29 years, spent 36 and a half years with him total. He was emotionally abusive, an angry man, and he worked when he felt like it. So for all but 2 years of our marriage, I was the major breadwinner. For 2 years, he worked up north in Baker Lake, Nunavut, and made great money. But then he quit and felt that because he had missed so much while he'd spent many months away, he was entitled to a year off. So the bills piled up. I tell you this because for my entire marriage, I lived paycheck to paycheck, robbing Peter to pay Paul. Which credit card should I put money toward this pay? When I left him in 2016, I took on all of our accumulated debt, $55,000, in return for him not demanding spousal support. I got a consumer proposal, and I paid off our debt as well as my vehicle. Times were still tough for me for a few years, but then they were both paid off, and for the first time in my life, I had money. I could buy groceries without worrying. I could give money to my kids when they needed it. I could give them each $200 or $300 at Christmas time to help them out. I could go on vacation or rent a cottage in the summer, and I could actually save money. Life was good. Fast forward to 2021. I started to hear grumblings that I might lose my job if I didn't comply with the vaccine mandate. My unit was so short-staffed that overtime was readily available. So I started picking up overtime shifts in an effort to build a nest egg just in case I should lose my job. But I didn't really believe that was going to happen. Surely to goodness, during the worst nursing shortage in history, someone would come to their senses, and the most senior, most knowledgeable, most experienced nurse in the obstetrical department would not be put off work. But that is exactly what happened. I went to work on December the 1st and was told by Director of Health Services Lisa Lynch that I had to leave. And being denied EI, my little nest egg didn't last long. My employer told EI that I left voluntarily with no just cause. It didn't seem too voluntary to me. In March of 2022, I was forced to put in for retirement, and I'd had no intention of retiring in the immediate future. I loved my job. I didn't receive a check until June. Fortunately for me, they backdated my retirement to December the 1st. Unfortunately, my ex-husband got 45% of my pension. So once again, after paying back all the people I owed, I was soon back to living paycheck to paycheck, and through no fault of my own. I had done nothing wrong. In 35 years, I had never been disciplined or reprimanded. I had only stood up for my rights, and not in a hateful, malicious way. I had simply declined to put into my body what I felt was not a safe or necessary chemical. And anyone who really knows me knows that I have avoided chemicals as much as possible for many years. So this wasn't a new radical stance for me. It was totally in keeping with my natural lifestyle. I was devastated to lose my job. I loved nursing. My dad used to tell me that when I was a little girl, I always wanted to be a nurse and a mother. So I was a happy woman. Caring for obstetrical patients in labor and delivery, teaching breastfeeding to countless women, caring for them postpartum was my passion, and I was damned good at it. Just ask the women of Cumberland County and surrounding areas who have delivered a child in Amherst since February of 1988, and they will confirm that. To this day, I meet women of all ages in all settings who tell me that I was there when they had their child and that they have never forgotten me. Obstetrical nurses have a huge impact on women's lives, as well as their families' lives. And I was very fortunate because our unit looked after off-service patients and pediatric patients as well. Heart attack patients from ICU awaiting cardiac catheterizations, surgical patients, medical patients, gynecological patients, palliative patients. We got them all. And I was always thankful for that because it kept me learning and enabled me to keep my hand in all aspects of nursing to some degree. And it allowed me the privilege of caring for men and women of all ages. So nursing was my passion, and though I had done nothing wrong, I was no longer allowed to do it. And that brings me to my coworkers. How I loved my coworkers. And I can safely say that the majority of them loved me, and they depended on me. They looked to me to answer their questions and show them how to do things. They came to me to start IVs because I was the expert. They came to me for my advice because I was the only one on my unit with 35 years of knowledge and experience. I hadn't seen it all, but I had seen and been involved in most of it. Labor and delivery nursing involves looking after two patients, and one of them can't be seen. It's an art, a talent, a gut feeling, a skill. And it's not a skill that one develops overnight. It requires knowledge, but it also requires experience. You can read about all the obstetrical emergencies in a book and take a course and ace the exam. But nothing can replace living through those emergencies firsthand and learning how to deal with them to come out on the other side with a live mother and a live baby who are both fully functional. And sometimes, regardless of what you do, you lose a baby. I have experienced that firsthand with my first pregnancy, culminating in a stillbirth. So I was always drawn to those mothers who suffered a similar loss. I felt I had something to share with them, and Lord knows that no one else was jumping up and down to look after them. In my almost 34 years in obstetrics, I had dealt with most obstetrical emergencies, both as a patient and as a nurse. So I was not just a valued and loved coworker. I was their mentor, their only mentor. The next person in line to me had about 5 years' experience. One coworker had worked in obstetrics with me many years before, but had actually left nursing altogether for several years. So upon returning, she had forgotten a lot of what she had known and had also lost her confidence. And confidence is important. Knowing what you know. Not being cocky, but confident. It is knowledge and confidence that allows you to stand up. To stand up for your patients and be their advocate. To stand up to the doctors when you don't agree with their approach or treatment. To stand up for yourself and your coworkers when management is putting you and them into unsafe working situations. And I did that for my patients and my coworkers. I stood up for them. And I stood up for myself, which is why I don't have a career anymore.
Thank you, Ms. Allen. I'm going to follow up with some questions. I think you've touched on everything that that I could think of for your personal situation, and you've described in a very heartfelt way the impact on you personally. I do want to spend some time with you since you spent so long in the Cumberland region practicing nursing. I wanted to talk to you generally about the healthcare system there in and around the time of the pandemic.
Yeah.
You used the phrase in your evidence, fully staffed.
Yeah.
And how infrequently the unit was fully staffed, and so there was lots of overtime available. What would a fully staffed unit look like?
So full staffing on my unit was considered to be 2 RNs and 1 LPN around the clock. In the year before I left, full staffing was in place probably about 60% of the time. Often we were staffed with 1 RN and 1 LPN. If we were lucky, we had 1 RN and 2 LPNs. Our LPNs were good. They were smart and capable, but their scope of limitations had limitations, their scope of practice. LPNs are not permitted to be the labor and delivery nurse. They could be the second nurse in the delivery room and look after the baby when it was born. And they could initiate a resuscitation if it was necessary. But if there was only 1 RN on, it meant that if there was a patient in labor, she had to be one-on-one with that patient. It meant she had no one to relieve her for breaks and no one to look after a second labor patient if one came in. That was a scary scenario, one that you were always hoping would never occur. And having only 1 RN put a lot of pressure on our LPNs. They were expected to look after the entire unit outside of the delivery room, plus come in to help the RN during the delivery. So if we couldn't staff with 2 RNs, we always tried to have 2 LPNs with our 1 RN. More bodies was preferred. LPNs were more likely to pick up extra shifts if I was the RN on that shift, because they had confidence in my knowledge and ability to keep my cool and handle whatever situation came up.
And when you were fully staffed, or at least had a full RN contingent, which would have been 2 of you on at once,
yeah,
you've said that you were often acting as a mentor to the other RN who was
absolutely, yes,
who was on.
Yeah.
And so when you weren't there, presumably one of those less experienced were the only ones on, if there was only one.
Yeah. Yes. Yes. And they were put into terrifying situations. Mm-hmm. You know, and the thought of being 2 or 3 or 4 years experience, 5 years even, and not having anybody else for backup. It's terrifying.
My understanding from speaking with you earlier was that in the context of this short staffing, from March to September, your obstetrics unit was actually closed. Sorry, from March to September 2020. Is that right?
Yes.
Your obstetrics unit was closed.
Yeah.
What was the reason, to the best of your knowledge, for that closure?
We were closed from March 27th to September of 2020. We were told it was because we were already so short-staffed that if any of us got COVID, the unit would end up shutting down anyway. So we were rerouted to other areas in the hospital, most often medical, but sometimes surgical or ICU or emerge. And during those 5 months, bed occupancy was down drastically. There were no COVID cases in the hospital. There were very few patients in the hospital. Medical had 38 to 39 beds, and they might have 20 beds occupied. The ER generally had very few patients during a shift. Often the nurses were sitting around behind the desk chatting because they had no patients. And the majority of patients on medical were patients with dementia awaiting placement. And I have to speak on their behalf. Here we were in our black and white uniforms with masks on. They were already confused. They could never get familiar with anyone because we all looked generally the same. The mask muffled our voices and hid our facial expressions and kept them from reading our lips, when most of them had some degree of deafness. I would often stand across the room from them, pull my mask down so that they could see that I was a human being, and talk to them in a raised voice so they could read my lips. It was a horrible way to treat people. They weren't permitted any visitors, and they knew none of us. I saw some amazing nurses go out of their way to try to enable these patients to FaceTime with their families or talk with them on the phone, but most of the patients struggled to understand what was going on. Many of them died before they were ever placed in long-term care because the rules for getting into long-term care were ridiculous during COVID. If they became palliative, then they were permitted a family member, or sometimes two, but never at the same time. Imagine, it could be two people who lived together at home, but they weren't allowed to visit their dying mother at the same time. Often by the time they were palliative, they no longer recognized their own family members because they hadn't seen them for so long. The masks and the rules were a travesty to healthcare, and particularly to this segment of our society. And during all that time, we did plenty of testing, but we never had one case of COVID.
Given in the context of the government messaging about how unsafe an unvaccinated nurse would be to their patients, did you ever alert any of your patients to your status?
Every one of them.
How did you do that? Tell us about that.
I would just bring it up in conversation. I was led to believe by the occasional person, not many. My nursing co-workers were very supportive of me, unlike a lot of people that I hear of. But on occasion, I would hear grumblings that patients didn't want to be looked after by nurses who weren't vaccinated. So I made a point of telling them all that I had not been vaccinated against COVID.
Did you ever?
I never once had a single patient respond in a negative way. I never had one of them ever ask to have another nurse. Now, at times, that would have been difficult because I would have been the only RN, but there was never a patient that ever made me feel uncomfortable or like they felt like they were being looked after somebody who had the plague.
Okay. Those are all of my questions. I'll defer to the panel for any questions.
I have a couple of short questions.
Okay.
Were you the only one in your health community that was affected like this, that were let go?
In my hospital, I was the only RN. There were 2 LPNs on the medical floor who didn't take the vaccine and so lost their jobs. I have no way of knowing how many other people in my hospital in other departments or how many other people in, say, nursing homes in the community didn't take the shot.
Mm-hmm.
Who's that? Oh. Yes!
You had also said that the unit was closed down between March and December of
March and September.
September through 2020, and the reason given was that if they lost one nurse, they couldn't operate.
Yeah.
So my question is, when they lost you, how did they operate?
Well, I can tell you, they're not a happy bunch. They were terrified when they started thinking that they might lose me. We would have staff meetings, and one of the girls would say, why aren't we going to talk about the elephant in the room here? Like, what are we going to do if Bonnie has to leave? What are we going to do about this? And our unit manager would respond by saying, well, you know, that's not really something that I have any information about. I can't really talk about that. And nobody was giving us any answers. And we just kept hoping beyond hope that it wouldn't happen. We had just started a new rotation recently, and we were having a difficult time filling the spaces in that rotation. As I said, overtime was readily available. So they were wondering, what are we going to do when we lose you too? You know, and not just another staff member, but the one with the most knowledge of anybody there.
Mm-hmm.
you know. One of my coworkers messaged me last week, and I actually sent the message to Gail. She said, Vonnie, I'm still grieving the loss of you from our unit. She said, it's never been the same since you left. I feel like it was the beginning of the end for us. She said, it's not a good place to work anymore. It's not safe. And, you know, she said, it's, you know, it's just not right. You know, we're missing you badly.
Mm-hmm. Did you receive any comments, support, or anything from the rest of the staff, the doctors? You talked about the LPNs, you talked about the nurses. I didn't hear you say the doctor word.
Well, it's interesting. One of our obstetricians, I had a great deal of respect for her. She had a few more years experience in obstetrics than I did. And she and I often disagreed on a lot of points. But we respected each other enough to agree to disagree. But when it started getting down to the end, and I knew I was going to lose my job, she would approach me and say, Vonnie, what are you going to do? Like, why don't you take the vaccine? And I'd say, no, I'm not taking the vaccine. I'm not sure what I'm going to do, but I'm not taking the vaccine. And, well, aren't you worried? Well, yeah, I'm worried, you know. And then she sent me a message one day on Messenger and said, I've been hearing that you might not be able to get your pension. They might just pay it out in one lump sum. Like, I'm really worried about you. And she said, aren't you worried? And I responded and said, yeah, I am worried. But doesn't that seem a little bit Nazi to you? Take this experimental drug that has no proven effectiveness and no safety record, or you're going to lose your job, and you might lose your pension too. And she responded back by saying, no, that doesn't sound Nazi to me. No one's leading you to the death camp. No one's taking you to the gas chambers. And then she went on this big tangent about how important it was to take it. Nobody said it was 100% effective, but you need to take it to protect all those vulnerable people in society. That's the last time I ever messaged with her.
Thank you.
And as far as the other doctors on the unit, they didn't really have much to say. One of them is my family doctor, and I've always admired him. But none of them stood up for me, basically. We had one doctor in the entire hospital who spoke out very, very candidly about the vaccines, about the lockdowns, the mandates, the masks. I don't know how he's still practicing. His Facebook page is covered on a daily basis with this stuff, and I'm thinking, how is he getting away with it? You know, he's still a doctor. He's the only one who spoke out against it. Yeah. There's one other thing I'd like to point out. When I left, I took with me a lot of knowledge and experience. And one of the areas that I can assure you is really suffering right now is breastfeeding. I never took the lactation consultant course. I started it when my children were very little, but I soon realized that my kids would only be little for so long, and it took up far too much time. One of my coworkers, a friend and a coworker for 28 years, she took the course. She went off sick in 2016 with cancer and never came back to work, and ultimately died in 2020. But even during her years at work, she was team lead, so she spent much of her time at meetings and rarely had direct patient contact. So I became known as the breastfeeding guru. I had breastfed my own 4 children and taken numerous courses over the years. And I had helped literally hundreds, if not thousands, of women breastfeed. As with maternity in general, I had a passion for it. The girls often called me the boob whisperer. They said, if Vonnie can't latch that baby, no one can. I spent a lot of time teaching women to breastfeed and latching their babies. And some babies won't latch. So I came up with plans to get their babies fed until we could latch them. I taught hand expression and pumping to mums as well as my co-workers. I hand expressed more women's breasts for colostrum than you could ever imagine, because it's something that women don't come naturally. They don't know how to do that naturally. I latched babies to mums who couldn't keep their eyes open and held the babies there while their mothers slept. I spent countless hours with both inpatients and outpatients trying to resolve breastfeeding issues. Latching problems, lack of supply problems, sore nipples, blocked ducts, oversupply problems, you name it. I was the solution finder. I had 2 colleagues, 2 of my LPN co-workers, who also had a passion for breastfeeding. And I was always so pleased if one of them was coming on after I'd spent my shift with a difficult breastfeeder. I knew that they would work just as hard as I had to try to help that woman have success. But they would usually come to me to confirm that what they were doing was right. We would discuss different tactics and ideas and brainstorm with each other. But I was the one with all of the years of knowledge and by far the most hands-on experience. So when I left, that was gone. You know, like the fact that they could just do this to us and, you know, like this is supposed to be about our health, all of these mandates, but none of it has been good for anybody's health. If you have no more questions, I have one final thing to say. Once upon a time, I was a respected member of my community. I was a respected aunt, mother, sister-in-law, and friend. Because of the stance I took, because I declined to take an experimental drug with no science to back it, I lost my job and my credibility. I've lost the respect of my oldest children, a niece, many of my friends. My sister-in-law has blocked me. I have been discriminated against and denied entrance to restaurants, theaters, my bowling alley, my friend's party. I was unable to go away on vacation with my 4 oldest girlfriends of over 40 years. I spent 35 years in a profession where I helped and cared for other people, but now I am not allowed to speak because my opinion no longer matters. I have been censored.
Thank you, Ms. Allen.
Thank you, Ms. Allen, for your example of courage and your service. We, again, are running a bit over time, so can we try and make the break only 7 or 8 minutes and be back in a very short time? And I also just want to remind everyone in the audience, many of you already have, I'm sure, but out there watching this remotely, if you haven't already done so, go to nationalcitizensinquiry.ca and sign the petition. Thank you. Okay. I want to thank our the folks at home watching across Canada. The hearings, the first of 3 days of hearings here in Truro, Nova Scotia. Next witness is Leanne Coolin. And Leanne, do you affirm solemnly to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Good afternoon, Ms. Coolin.
Hi.
Can you tell us where you're from?
I'm originally from Newfoundland. I live now in Head of Jador.
Head of Jador, Nova Scotia?
Yes.
Right. And I understand that you did take 1 dose of the vaccine.
Yes.
Okay. And when did you do that?
May 27th, 2021.
Did you do that of your own accord?
No.
And can you elaborate on that?
My employer started, I guess, maybe March, April, with a real push for everyone to get vaccinated. I held off until I couldn't any longer, and I had to go get my first shot. They expected 2, but they got 1.
Okay. What were your reasons for hesitating?
Because it was too soon. Everything was just, oh, here's a vaccine. It'll help. I didn't trust that it would help. I'm not an anti-vaxxer by any means. I'm fully vaccinated. My son is fully vaccinated. My husband is vaccinated. I'm not against vaccines. I was just against this because I didn't trust it.
When you say that family members in your household are fully vaccinated, you mean the kind of traditional
yes,
childhood vaccines and all that sort of
exactly,
thing? Okay.
Yes.
And so you started to feel some pressure in March and April from your employer.
Yes.
Did your employer have a mandate in place?
They did mandate it. I'm not sure if they have a written mandate. I'm sure it's probably in the company policy in some way, shape, or form. I do have emails from the president, I guess, kind of telling everybody to go get vaccinated. Remember, get your vaccination. Send in your verification kind of thing when you're done so we can have that on file. And
were you ever told what would happen if you did not get vaccinated?
We were told that we wouldn't be able to work there anymore.
Okay.
So.
And so in May of 2021, you did receive your first injection of, do you know which one you got?
It was Pfizer.
Pfizer,
yeah.
Okay. And do you know where you got that, who administered it?
I don't know who administered it, but I know where I got it. It was at the pharmacy in the superstore on Cole Harbor Road in Cole Harbor.
Okay. In the pharmacy, okay. And do you have the lot number for that?
I do, but I don't have it with me. Okay. I know I filled it out on something, but I didn't bring it.
All right. All right, so you got 1 injection of Pfizer in May of 2021, and tell us what happened after that.
Everything seemed normal until Sunday, June 20th, when I don't remember much. I remember waking up in the morning and hearing my husband talking to, I assume, somebody on the phone because it was only him and I in the room. It was the paramedics. I had had a stroke. So the ambulance came, and the next thing I knew, I had paramedics at the foot of my bed. They took me to the hospital, and I was there for 5 days.
Has your husband described that experience to you?
He has, not in great detail because he's still traumatized from the event. I make noises in my sleep. He wakes up immediately thinking, what's going on here? So yeah, he still lives with it.
And what did he tell you about the experience?
I don't even know how to put it into words. He said my face was kind of twisted, obviously, because I had droop on one side of my face. I was trying to say words. He couldn't understand anything. I wasn't there, so I don't know, but he doesn't really elaborate on it because he doesn't talk about things like that, so.
Okay. The 5 days that you were in the hospital, can you describe how you were feeling, some of the symptoms you were having?
I don't remember any symptoms at all, really. It kind of just happened and it went away. I'm left with memory sort of loss, or I don't know what to call it. I can't get my thoughts organized as quickly as I used to be able to. But I went through several tests in the hospital, several CAT scans, everything. I had blood work done, I think, twice a day. I had an IV with a heparin drip because of the blood clots. The blood clots were in my arteries, not in my veins. I do have factor V Leiden, but it is actually in my report from the hospital that they don't believe that was the cause of the stroke. So with all the other tests that I had done, nobody gave me a reason as to why this happened. So I'm still left wondering why.
Okay. When you were in the hospital, was there any discussion about whether you'd had your vaccine and when?
No. Before I got out of the ambulance, they gave me a COVID test because I wasn't allowed in the hospital without one. I did mention to them at that point that I had just had my vaccine about 3 weeks ago, and nobody said anything. A couple of days later, I believe, when I was in the room and there were medical teams visiting, I had mentioned that I had my vaccine about 3 weeks ago, and nobody paid any attention to those words coming out of my mouth. They kind of just turned around and walked away, and nobody said anything about it.
So during the entire time that you were in the hospital, no doctor or medical professional asked you any questions about the proximity of your stroke to your vaccine injection?
None.
How old are you?
Now I'm 42.
And at the time?
41.
41 years old. Is there any history of stroke in your family?
There is. My grandmother, I believe she was in her 50s when she had a stroke. I think she also had factor V Leiden, so she had blood clotting. I believe she had a blood clot in her leg. She did have a pulmonary embolism, a stroke. She had an aneurysm that was clipped. It didn't leak or anything, so they settled that. But she had the typical, I guess, factor V Leiden things happening.
Do you know whether her stroke was consistent with that condition, or, as in your case, inconsistent with that condition?
I can't say one way or the other.
All right. But, and we have your discharge summary that we can put up on the screen.
Mm-hmm.
It's one of the exhibits. And, no? Okay. I was given an exhibit number, so if I could just have one moment. Okay. I'm going to find that in a second.
Sure.
All right, indicating that you have this condition, factor V Leiden, you called it?
Yes.
Okay, and indicating specifically that it was not responsible for your stroke, and that's because your stroke was an arterial clot.
Yes.
And factor V Leiden is specifically responsible for intravenous clotting.
Yes.
Okay. It's TR-003. No. Okay. I'm going to pass up this copy to the panel because we were supposed to have that uploaded so that they can see that. And I'm specifically referring, commissioners, to the second paragraph, starting with the word hematology. Second paragraph on the first page. Hematology was consulted and the patient was started on a heparin drip. It was felt that her factor V Leiden mutation was not the cause of these arterial clots, as this is associated with increased venous clotting. So the one pre-existing condition that you're aware that you had, they have ruled out as the cause.
Yes.
Okay, and you're not aware of any other pre-existing conditions which would potentially cause you to have a stroke at 41 years old?
No, I'm not aware of anything.
Are you, in the context of that year or the previous years, were you generally healthy?
Yes.
Okay. What, if any, long-term impact have you felt this had on you?
I don't, it's like I don't know myself anymore. I know my thoughts and stuff. I can process thoughts, like thoughts come quickly. I just can't organize them to get them out. Things that I enjoyed doing, I don't enjoy anymore. I don't know. I'm just here. Like, it's just all the drama with everything around the whole vaccinations, and you can't talk about it and everything else. So just sweep it all under the rug, and it gets to you, really.
Are you on any medication that you weren't on previously?
I am. They prescribed atorvastatin for high cholesterol.
Okay.
And vitamins, vitamin D, vitamin B12.
Is that in relation to your stroke?
That's what they prescribed for me when I left the hospital, yeah.
Okay. Do you have regular updates with your family doctor?
I don't. I haven't had a family doctor for quite some time. I do have a nurse practitioner now, and I do have to go and get some blood work done for an update on where I'm at.
How often do you have to do that?
Nobody told me anything, so I guess it's my own discretion.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you ever have any conversations with her about after your stroke, about your stroke?
After my stroke, I did talk with the nurse practitioner I had at that point. He was very supportive. He seemed like he kind of felt that, well, maybe the vaccine did have something to do with it. That made me feel fantastic because I'd never had anyone actually on my side before. Now I don't have him any longer. He's been replaced with another nurse practitioner. I did speak with her about it, but she's not as vocal as he is about it, so I assume that she doesn't want to talk about it.
Are you aware of whether or not that your first nurse practitioner, the male, if he reported your symptoms, your stroke, to
I'm not aware.
To the vaccine injury database?
I'm not aware that he did.
Okay. Did the mandates have any other impact on your? Actually, before I move on to that, I take it I understand you did not have the second dose.
Correct.
What, if any, impact did that have on your employment?
I had to leave my job because they kept at me about another vaccine or an exception letter. In a follow-up appointment I had with hematology, I asked the doctor on the phone, is there any way I can get an exemption letter because work is asking me to get the second vaccine? She told me if I was worried about having another stroke to get my second vaccination before my fragment injections ran out, which was the prescription they sent me home with from the hospital. And that's when I gave up and I said, I'm not going to get an exemption letter. I'm not having another vaccine, so I'll just have to move on. And that's what I did. I quit that job in December 2021.
Thank you. Did the rules and mandates, the Vax Pass, all that sort of stuff, did that have any other impact on your life?
Well, my husband got the second shot because we were still at that job and they pressured him to get it. He felt like he had to get it to support the family. My son completely refused it, and I don't blame him. He did feel pressure from his friends. He did get bullied. He did get kicked off the soccer team because he wasn't vaccinated and he wasn't allowed to play. I told him, if you want to participate, I'll take you to get vaccinated. No, I don't want it. I don't want it. And I didn't push any further. It was a simple question, if you want it. But because of what happened to me, he refused it, and I'm very thankful for that.
How old is he?
He's 18.
18.
Yeah.
Okay. Those are my questions.
You said that you had gotten one dose of one of the vaccines. I think you said the Pfizer one?
Yes.
When you went to get your vaccine, what did the doctor or the person who gave it to you, the pharmacist, whoever it was that gave it to you, how did they explain to you, the risks and the benefits of the vaccine so that you could make an informed decision?
Nobody explained anything.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much, Ms. Coolin.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Allison Steves. Like Chess, I'm a non-practicing lawyer, a member of the Nova Scotia Bar.
Thank you. Do you affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Can you please state your name for the record?
Yeah, my name's Chet Chisholm.
And Chet, where are you from?
I'm from Antigonish, Nova Scotia.
And what is your occupation?
I am a paramedic, and I've been a paramedic for 12 years.
For 12 years?
12.
12. And how do you like being a paramedic?
Oh, it's the best job in the world, man. It's probably one of the most rewarding professions that you can ever work. Like, you show up on people's worst day, and like your goal is to improve it. No one's ever mad that the paramedics show up. Well, some are, but not many. And like with everything that's happened, like if I had a lot of friends and colleagues say like, hey, if you could go back and do it all again, would you? And my answer has always been, yeah, I'd go back and I'd have done it sooner.
So back in March 2020, when we started hearing about COVID, were you working as a paramedic at that point?
No, I was currently off work. I was off with workers' compensation. In March of 2019, I was diagnosed with post-traumatic stress disorder and was placed off on medical leave awaiting treatment.
Were you planning to return to work eventually?
Yeah, that was the hope. My mental health team was pretty keen on getting me back to work because I was gung-ho to get into treatment, get back on the trucks, and kind of what was looming on the horizon, and the state of EMS in Nova Scotia felt imperative to do so.
Did you receive the treatment that you were waiting for?
No, I was on deck to get what's called EMDR, which is eye movement desensitization and reprogramming, which is often used very well with PTSD. And they see a lot of success with first responders and veterans. And my first appointment was kind of like the meet and greet appointment, and to kind of set up a rapport, was the first day of lockdown. So we showed up, we talked about what we were going to do, and that was it. Everything got canned thereafter, and then I was put into limbo and wasn't seen again for close to another year because we weren't allowed to have any in-person appointments whatsoever.
So you did get the treatment after a year?
No, I went from a psychologist to working with a counselor, and we were kind of doing like the prep stages, building the rapport, getting a background of what was going on, and we'd get a little bit of momentum, and then they'd say, well, you can't meet in person again, and EMDR is an in-person thing. And so we'd have to just kind of do talk therapy on the phone and discuss things and talk about stressors. But like we never got into a groove of things. And it was on and off, up until probably late spring, early summer of 2021, where things just kind of got canned again, and I got put back into the wait list and waiting in limbo, and where we continue to sit.
And what impact would you say that the delay in this treatment had on you?
I've certainly had relapse into some of my PTSD symptoms that I've had previously somewhat under control, and not being able to kind of like, because you kind of need to do maintenance while you're working through this, and we couldn't do any of that. And like being in person and actually being able to connect with somebody and talk about these things and work through it and then actually build to a therapy is incredibly beneficial. There's such a disconnect when it's on the other end of a phone or on a screen. And not only that, but like my counselor was getting extremely frustrated because she's like, you are primed and pretty well primed and ready to go, and we can get you back on the trucks and get you going, but like this keeps getting in the way. And so it's like we always had to keep starting from scratch again.
So are you still on leave from the same job?
Yes, I'm still on leave, and due to the time frame that I've been off with our contractual agreement with the union, because the clock has ticked down, I've been terminated from my position at EHS.
So you're only allowed to be off for so long with an injury before you become terminated?
So at 2 years, they'll hold your full-time position for 2 years. So that time frame ran out, and as we'll get into it in a little bit here, that's when like we needed to push for this so I don't lose anything else. And at the 3-year mark, you're canned, and that's it.
So
you lose all your seniority and everything.
Do you have reason to believe that had you received the treatment in the time frame it was originally scheduled, you would have returned to work in time to avoid losing your job?
Pretty well everyone in my mental health team was pretty keen. Like, pretty sure Chet's going to go right back on the trucks. He wants to be there. And like there's been such a high success rate with this with other first responders. But yeah, it was looking good. Not so much.
So during the time you were awaiting treatment, did you take the vaccine against COVID-19?
Yeah, there was a push for it from our employer, and initially I declined because I was eligible in December of 2020 and January of 2021. Because I was off work, I'm a young guy, pretty healthy, I said, no thanks, I'll wait. Like if we're going to give it to anybody, give it to people who are vulnerable and whatnot. I don't need it right now. But when it became available for people in my age group, for people in their 30s, I got my first shot on May 21st. And for the reasons is we work with the most vulnerable people at the most vulnerable point in their life. And we are in constantly different clinical situations throughout a shift. You can start your shift in a backseat of a car in a ditch, and then you can be in an old folks home, then treating a COVID patient, and then you could be going into the ICU. It's a mixed bag every time you go to work, and so the likelihood that I'm going to get a lot of exposure to COVID is quite high, and it's going to be in the back of an ambulance, and it's going to be probably right in my face. So the hope was that this could help mitigate cross-exposure amongst vulnerable sectors.
So you didn't feel coerced to take it?
Yes and no. It's a little annoyed with kind of like the push. It's like, hey, you got to do this right now. But I wasn't ever angry at the point of getting it, because like if it did what they said it did on the tin, then that could be beneficial both for myself, but more importantly for the vulnerable people whom we deal with every day.
Who administered it to you? Do you recall?
It was given to me by an RN, and that was done at one of the local pharmacies in Antigonish.
Before taking it, did they advise you of any of the risks?
The only risk that we really discussed was the risk of anaphylaxis, because I have food allergies, and so we talked about that. And it's like, hey, just hang around for like an extra 20 minutes or so, just so we can keep an eye on you. And I've done vaccination clinics for like flu shots and stuff, so I know the whole rigmarole of, hey, we're going to give you this, we're going to keep an eye on you and make sure nothing happens, and then if something happens, we'll report it and take care of you.
And how did you feel after taking it?
Initially, I felt fine, but by that evening, I was pretty slack, really, really tired, and that was kind of par for the course for any other vaccines I've gotten for work or school in the past. But what kind of really drew attention to some things is I've been dealing with PTSD and crippling insomnia for years at that point, for like 2 years at that point, where I would need to take medication to sleep, and I went from not sleeping at all to sleeping most of the day to sleeping probably like 20 hours or more, and then just being incredibly sluggish and getting a little short of breath here and there, and that kind of escalated over the next few weeks.
So those symptoms persisted and increased over the next few weeks?
Yeah, they it started with like incredible fatigue, which led to shortness of breath, and then eventually I would get like a tinge of chest pain when I was laying on my back, and it ultimately built up to like my dad had taken a tree down in the yard, and I went out to help him just load a couple chunks of log in like the front of his tractor, and got extremely short of breath, had like stabbing chest pain here just left of my sternum, which radiated into my back, and told Dad, like, hey, like, we gotta go to the hospital right now. Something's up. I can't say what, but there's something very wrong at the moment, and I became incredibly diaphoretic, really sweaty, and pale as a ghost.
Had you had similar symptoms in the past?
No.
So you said you went to the ER, so you consulted a healthcare provider about these symptoms.
Yeah, I was seen. I obviously went in, talked to the triage nurse, said, hey, this is what's going on, and was admitted, had EKGs and stuff done, and talked to like the nurse, and these are all people I work with, and they're like, dude, what do you think's going on? And I was like, well, I think it's one of these things, and they're like, yeah, something's definitely up, because you never look like this, and yeah, so we did a bunch of EKGs, blood work, did my vitals. My vitals were all abnormal.
And did they find anything?
Not at the time. Like, I know, like, I was really hypertensive. My blood pressure was out quite a bit. I was tachycardic. But doctor didn't seem to see anything in my blood work or my EKGs. And so just said, maybe it's just esophageal spasms, and set me on my way.
And did the symptoms persist after that?
Yeah, they never quite resolved. They would calm down, but they did persist. And any time on any exertion or lying on my back, things would exacerbate. Like, I'd get more short of breath. I can again develop more chest pain. The fatigue persisted. Well, it still persists, but like I would be pretty well bedridden some days, no energy to get up and do anything, and which was entirely new. It was like a complete shift, because I used to be up doing stuff pretty regularly, used to be in really good shape and whatnot, but so it was a drastic change.
And how many healthcare providers did you consult about these symptoms?
Well, I was admitted into the emergency room 3 times over the course of summer. There was nothing was ultimately found, aside from having abnormal vitals and just the symptoms that I presented with. The second physician that I saw in the ER kind of just shrugged and said, man, I don't know what's going on. You're obviously in distress. Something's up, but we can't pinpoint anything. And the third doc I saw, which would have been probably late July, he said, I think this warrants further investigation. Like, we should order some more cardiac tests, like an echocardiogram, and you should follow up with your family doc, get a cardiac MRI, and get a stress test, and see if we can pin down what's going on. Like, I don't know for sure, but like just on the way you're presenting and like what you're telling us and your vitals, like there's something here, there's something wrong, so we need to look into it. And he actually gave me like a shot of Toradol, which is a strong anti-inflammatory, which took the edge off for maybe a couple hours, but again, the symptoms persist. I had discussions with my family physician, who was often very dismissive and abrasive about my concerns. And I've had, in like a yearly follow-up that I had with WCB, because we have a follow-up every year where they physician comes in and talks to you, and it's like, hey, how's your PTSD going? What are the symptoms you're having? And we talked about that, and then we talked about this, and he's like, yeah, based on your history and like kind of the cycle of symptoms, like there's something going on here, and we should look into it.
Did you? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Did you ask any of these physicians if there could be a link with the COVID-19 vaccine?
I don't think I ever asked if there was a link, but like when they asked when did this start, I told them like I didn't feel good after getting the vaccine, and it hasn't let up since. But I don't think we ever like specifically honed in. Like I suspected it, but do I know for sure? Absolutely not.
So they couldn't find anything objectively wrong to explain your symptoms, and they knew that they had started within close proximity to you taking the COVID-19 vaccine. Do you know if any of them filed an adverse event following immunization form?
No, there was no discussion of that whatsoever.
So they didn't ask you any more questions about that or indicate that they were concerned?
No, not whatsoever.
How did they respond when you mentioned that it was in relation to the vaccine?
It wasn't really discussed, or it was just kind of glazed over. Like, some of the nurses expressed more concern, like when they asked me, and it's like I had colleagues, like other paramedic colleagues, who said who expressed their concern just with the timing and kind of some of the things that they had seen on calls that they had been discussing with me as well.
And have you shared your concerns about a link between your symptoms and the vaccine with others?
Yeah, I've spoken to numerous family and friends and colleagues. You get a mixed bag of the way people react. I've had people call me an anti-vaxxer, far-right conspiracy theorist, and every other nasty thing under the sun. But then I've had others who've come to me and said, this is what happened to me, this is what my family members experienced. I've had medic colleagues come to me and say like, hey man, we were talking about what might have happened to you in the hallway, and like the other crew that was there was talking about like how they had like 3 kids who had like myocarditis and POTS and stuff coming in through 911. We don't see kids in EMS very often. And so like that was concerning. But yeah, it's been a mix. Like I've had friends who have since abruptly stopped talking to me whatsoever. And I've been approached, and like I've talked about this publicly and my concerns and I've talked about some of the problems that we're having in EMS right now. And I've had people like from across the country thank me for speaking about these things. Recently I had somebody reach out and said like you and I have never met, but like I know who you are because you helped someone in my family on a 911 call, and they still talk about you years later. Like, thank you for doing this. Thank you for talking. Thank you for your service, and I'm sorry for what you're going through.
So you had concerns that these might be related to the vaccine. Your first dose, did you end up taking the second dose?
No, I did not.
And in October 2021, when Nova Scotia implemented the vaccine passport policy and several mandates, how did this impact your life?
Well, because I'm not vaccinated enough. I was banned from restaurants. I wasn't allowed to access some different services, couldn't go to the gym. Not that I was feeling well enough to do so anyway. When I went in to pick up like the results from my echocardiogram and copies of my blood work and EKGs from the hospital, I was stopped at the door and said, you can't come in. And it's like, I'm picking up blood work, man. I guess got to go around the corner. And it's like, no, you need to be double vaccinated to come in here. And it was a back and forth for about a good 20 minutes, just explaining. It's like, I'm here because we're investigating, trying to determine if something has happened with results as a result of this. And I need to get that paperwork so we can figure out what happened, if anything. And eventually they're like, just let him go in. He's just got to go around the corner. It's like 30 feet. And then, like one of the worst things is one of my best friends was diagnosed with cancer during the pandemic, and because I haven't taken the shot twice, I wasn't allowed to go see him when he was dying in the hospital, and never got to say goodbye to one of my best friends because you're not vaccinated enough, so you're not allowed in here. And like as many people know, the vaccine mandate for healthcare providers is still in effect. So even if I do get a clean bill of health and my PTSD is, wiped clean and we're good to go, I'm still banned from going back to work. Not allowed to go.
Chet, do you have any final words about the impacts of the COVID-19 measures on your life?
Yeah, like it's had a significant impact not only on my mental health, but like my physical health, like that's associated with PTSD as well. And like you can see, like just with the way EMS is right now in Nova Scotia, morale is plummeting every day. Since the start of like 2020, we have lost 331 paramedics from the workforce. That's 1/4 of the paramedics who work for EHS. We've since hired some new people, but like these are people who are fresh out of school, and like they don't have experience. Like even on my rotation, there's like 4 of us on my rotation that are either been put off on injury or PTSD, and like there's like 60 years between the 4 of us, and that's gone. And you can't get that back. And it's infuriating, and it's also detrimental to like the well-being of everybody in this province, that like there's people like me, and I'm not the only one who's in this situation, who want to go back to work and who would like to help and who would like to fix the problem as the EMS system is crumbling, but we're told no. Like I've even spoken to Michelle Thompson, and the answer is that's the policy, we're sticking with the policy. And if you haven't seen the what the medical exemptions are to opt out for healthcare providers, is you need to either have blood clots, myocarditis or pericarditis, a stroke, or have an allergic reaction, all of which have to be as a result to the first shot. So you have no medical exemption. It's take it or else you're let go. Or if you have an adverse event, you're probably not going to be working again anyway.
Thank you. That's all my questions.
No problem.
The commissioners have any questions?
Cool.
Thank you for attending as a witness, Mr. Anselm. Do you affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Anselm. Where are you from, sir?
I just live in Grand Lake, Nova Scotia, which is
Right.
about 40 minutes from here.
And who do you live there with?
Just in the backyard in a small cabin at my parents for now, but I'm building a house for my family. So.
Nice. For your family, you said?
Yep, my wife and small daughter. She's 14 months old. So.
And are you employed?
Yeah, I work for Canadian National Railway.
What do you do there?
I'm a track maintainer, so I make sure the tracks are safe for the trains to run, and we repair any defects and change rails and stuff like that.
And how long have you been employed with CN Rail?
6 years. It will be 6 years this year. So.
And what policies or mandates did CN Rail adopt during the COVID crisis days?
November 2021, they implemented the vaccine mandate, and if you weren't vaccinated, you were off paid, off work for forever, basically.
And so what was the deadline that employees were given to vaccinate by?
The deadline was November 15th, 2021.
And did you receive notification of that directly from your employer?
Yeah, I received it from my supervisors and my managers and emails as well, work emails.
Okay. And you brought in with you today an email dated September 8, 2021 from CN Communications stating that there was a vaccine mandate that would be effective as of November 1st, 2021.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. And that will be marked as an exhibit. And so what happened after that?
Well, basically, I was very much against taking any shots because I saw what was happening to my coworkers after the vaccines, and they were getting sick, they weren't feeling well. And I really held my stand up until I was becoming a new father and I had to put food on the table for my family, so I decided to bite the bullet, and on November 13th, I took the first shot of
Okay. And to clarify, did the timeline for vaccinating remain November 1st, or was it extended?
It was extended. It was November 1st, and then I just kept not getting it, and then they extended it to November 15th, and then on the 13th, I took the shot.
Okay. And so just to confirm, Mr. Anselm, you brought in with you today an email dated October 14, 2021 from CN Rail indicating that the mandatory vaccine deadline was extended to November 15th. And what you're saying is on the 13th, you went ahead and got your vaccination.
Yeah.
All right. And did you do so feeling coerced or pressured?
Definitely. I was getting phone calls daily from supervisors and everybody, and telling me that after the 15th you can't come to work and you'll be off pay. So.
All right. And so were they indicating that they were going to terminate you or put you on leave without pay?
They weren't clear with it. They said either you're terminated or you're going to be off pay, basically laid off. So I wasn't sure what was going to happen, so I just, yeah.
And so what happened on November 13th when you had your vaccination? Where did you go?
I went to be honest, I don't remember the location, but it was just a walk-in clinic, and a nurse vaccinated me. So.
All right. And do you know that it was a nurse?
Yeah, as far as I know.
Did she tell you she was a nurse?
She did not, but I guess it's just my assumption.
Okay. Do you know the batch number of your vaccine?
No, I could look it up, but I don't know it right now.
Were you made aware of any of the potential risks associated with vaccinating?
Yeah, I was aware from my own research before.
No,
that,
actually, sorry to cut you off. I mean, did the person who administered the vaccine have any discussion with you about the risks associated with the vaccine?
Yeah, she actually told me that for guys my age, there is a potential risk of having heart problems. And she said, oh yeah, if you have any heart issues, just go to the doctor's office. They'll give you some drugs and make you feel better. And I was like, okay, that sounds pretty good, but
all right.
I didn't want to take it, but I still did.
It didn't sound overly serious in your view?
No, it was like, why are you guys making me take this if there's risks? And I'm perfectly healthy, right? So.
And so what, if any, symptoms developed following the first vaccination?
Well, first of all, a week after my vaccine, I got seriously ill, just with very bad flu, and I was basically out for a week. And then 2 weeks following my vaccination, I started to develop heart pain and heart palpitations, shortness of breath, weakness, and I didn't feel good at all. I felt like I knew something was wrong, especially with my chest. I kept getting stinging chest pain.
Okay. And had you had any of these kind of symptoms before in your life?
Never.
No. And how old are you, Mr. Anselm?
Right now I'm 26.
Okay. And so how old were you when you got this vaccine?
I would have been 25 years old.
And so what did you do when you started experiencing these heart pain symptoms?
Well, I went to the emergency room at Cobequid Health Center, just did a walk-in emergency, and they checked my vitals, they took my blood, they made sure I wasn't having a heart attack, and basically sent me on my way.
Did you have any discussion with them about whether this could be vaccine related?
Yeah, I did. I told them this all started after the vaccine. I never had any issues with my heart or anything like that, and they just said, oh yeah, like whatever, you're good, you know, you don't have a heart attack, so.
Okay. And was there any discussion about completing a vaccine adverse event form?
No, I never heard anything about that.
So as far as you know, that was never completed by the doctors?
No.
And what happened after that?
After that, I just, I went home and I kept going to work. I kept fighting the pains, and then I decided to go to my family doctor as well, and I told him what was going on after the vaccine, that I was having chest pains and shortness of breath, and same thing with him. He said, no, it's probably not from the vaccine. You gotta just don't smoke anything, don't drink anything, and you'll be fine. And I tried that. Symptoms never went away, so.
Okay, and did your doctor or your family doctor have a discussion with you about whether or not to fill out an adverse event form?
No, he never had any discussions about that.
And your doctor didn't feel that there was any connection between the vaccination and the symptoms you were having?
No, he did not, no.
And so what happened after that?
After that, I went in again to my family doctor. I told him, listen, I'm going to lose my job if I don't get the second shot, and I didn't really want to get it at all, obviously. And I asked him, can you fill out a medical exemption for me? And he said, no, I can't do it without any proof. So I just said, all right, I guess I'll be laid off. And then I went in again. I think it was my third time. He finally referred me to a cardiologist to get an MRI. And then.
Okay, and so then did you go and see a cardiologist?
Yeah, I went and saw the cardiologist. They scanned my heart and did all the tests. And it turned out that the outer lining of my heart was inflamed, and I had pericarditis, myocarditis, and yeah, the cardiologist said this is from the vaccine.
Okay, and so who was the cardiologist that you saw?
His name is, 1 second, sorry. Dr. Douglas Hussein Beydoun, that was his name.
Okay, Hussein Beydoun, Beydoun. And you brought with you today a letter from Dr. Beydoun dated February 11, 2022. Do you have that in front of you?
Yep, I've got it right here.
And would you look at page 2?
Yep.
And just read the first line at the top of that page.
Very likely Mr. Anselm has pericarditis, myocarditis, post-mRNA vaccine, and the echocardiogram done today was normal. In the view, the symptoms improved significantly. I would not start anti-inflammatory therapy. Any change, please let me know, and I will be happy to reassess him. Okay. I would not recommend him for a second dose, and I am copying this to my colleague.
All right. And so, Mr. Anselm, you received that exemption to not have to take the second dose, correct?
That's correct.
From the stuff. All right. And let's go back to your employment. Had you been working through this at this point?
No, it turned out I just had a kid, so I was able to get the parental benefits, even though I was laid off, so that kept me going, luckily.
Okay, so you were on parental leave during this period.
Yeah.
And what happened with respect to the exemption that you had? Were you able to use that to return to work?
No, I was still kind of pissed off. I didn't really want to talk to anybody. And and then my manager called me in July. He said the mandates were dropped and you can return to work. I said, all right, I'll take my whole leave until September and then I'll come back to work. So September 2022 is when I returned to work.
And so there was no period where you had to return to work prior to the mandates being dropped?
Yeah, that's correct.
You remained off on your parental leave?
That's correct.
Did you have any conversation with them during that period when you were on parental leave as to whether or not they would take you back with the exemption?
No, I did not.
Okay.
I just didn't even want to bother for now.
Okay. How has your heart condition impacted your life?
It's impacted me in every aspect of my life. Physically, I can't really do the things I used to anymore, like with less vigor. Mentally, I was just full of regret, and made me kind of less of a father, not less of a father, but mentally I was down, and it impacted my fatherhood, and mentally, physically, everything. So.
Okay. All right, thank you. Those are all my questions, and we'll just pause for a moment to see whether the commissioners have any questions.
You said that you had worked with CN Rail for, I think you said 6 years?
Yep, 6 years. Yep.
When you signed your contract with CN Rail, your employment contract, was there a clause in there requiring that you had to take whatever vaccines that they might require in the future?
No, there was none of that. So in my eyes, it's illegal what they did. So.
All right, thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Anselm.
Looking for Cassandra. There she is.
You're not sure who she is?
Yeah, she's coming right there.
That's what you need a court crier for, see?
Yeah, exactly. That's right.
They go out and shout in the corridors.
Come on up, Cassandra.
Cassandra, do you affirm that in the evidence you will give this commission, you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
As a child of God, yes, I do.
Thank you. Cassandra, would you please give us your full name?
Cassandra Marie Murray.
Where do you live, Cassandra?
In Halifax, Nova Scotia.
Halifax. And what do you do for a living?
I am a teacher.
Fabulous. Where do you teach?
Currently, I just teach privately. I used to teach, though, in a private school.
Okay. Which private school or school were you teaching at?
You want me to name the school?
Well, let's just say private school is fine.
Private school, yeah, it was a private school
within
in
the
Halifax.
Halifax district, is
Yes,
that correct? Okay,
yes.
there we go. And how long were you teaching at that private school?
At school, I was there for I think 3 years.
3 years at that school?
At that school.
How long were you a teacher overall? How long have you been
Over
a
20
teacher?
years.
20 years. So some significant experience there.
Correct.
And what grades or grade did you teach?
At the time, at that school, I was teaching a grade 1-2 split.
Grade 1 to so that would make the kids about how
From
old?
anywhere from 6 to 8 years old.
6 to 8 years old. When the mask requirements came in, you have a mask exemption from a physician, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. How was your experience getting that exemption?
From my physician?
Yes.
My physician was really good about it, actually. I went in there and I explained to him why I didn't want to wear a mask, what I felt, how it would impact my health, and he had no problem giving me the exemption.
Fantastic. Did the school respect that exemption?
For a short while, but with there was a lot of toxic and harmful situations I was put in, like hostile environment that I was put in because I had that medical exemption.
Okay, can you give me an example of such a hostile act that they took towards you?
Sure. When I first came in with the exemption, they were not really happy about it. They put it on file, though, so that it was well documented that I had it. And they said that because I wasn't wearing a mask, that I had to, well, they didn't say I was segregated, but I'm saying I was segregated to use a different bathroom. I wasn't allowed to use the same bathroom as the rest of the faculty. I had to use a bathroom that was in the basement that wasn't very clean and was like, the school had a mold mildew issue, which I was working on with my lungs too, and so that didn't help it at all. And so I had to use the bathroom in the basement. And so every time I had to go to the bathroom, I had to leave the children, run down the stairs, go to the bathroom, come back up, and come back into the class. I also wasn't allowed to use the faculty room where they took their breaks. I had to go into this small closet that was right beside my room that we used to use as a cubby room. And it was about maybe about 5 feet wide by about 20 feet deep. There was no ventilation in this room, just the door going out to the hall. So often when I would go into that room during break time, during my breaks, I would have to leave the door open to the hallway just so I could get some air, fresh air in there. That room was also used that if children were sick, then the child would have to go and be put in there. And if that was the case, then I couldn't be in there and I needed to leave the building. So, rain or shine, that's where I was. Then the other piece was I couldn't use the bathroom, I couldn't use the faculty room.
Can you tell me about potential meetings, faculty
Yes.
meetings potentially?
Yeah, so even though I wasn't allowed to use the faculty room, I had to stay 6 feet away from everybody. At a faculty meeting, I was allowed at the faculty meeting where everybody was in the same room and they were 6 feet apart. And I wasn't wearing a mask, and some of the other faculty members would also take off their masks. And I was allowed in that, but I wasn't allowed in the other situations.
So you were able to, and please correct me if I'm mistaken, but you were able to attend faculty meetings with other faculty who were comfortable taking the masks off. Were you able to share a lunch space with that same faculty?
No, I wasn't allowed to go in that room where they were doing that.
Okay, so
And even at one time, if I may, when I was sitting in that cubby space, like that small closet, I was sitting there and I was doing some work and having something to eat. And one of the faculty members, and I was down near the end, not near the hallway door, a faculty member came by the door, she looked in and she said, "I'm going to close this door because you're breathing in there." And she closed the door. And I didn't know what to say. I said fine, and I just,
close the door because
closed the door because I was breathing in there.
It's very interesting because I normally don't go into rooms and breathe. I think we all have similar experiences. We all tend to breathe no matter where we go. So unless it's the other place, but we won't go there. So
yes.
Cassandra, how did that make you feel?
It was really traumatizing for me. It made me feel uneasy. I started seeing a psychotherapist to kind of help me through the trauma of what it was doing to me. It made me feel really isolated and cut off from faculty members that I had called friends before, that now I wasn't a friend, because I wasn't complying. And so, it was really harmful. It was really damaging to me. And then also, because it was such a toxic and I was, harassing environment, felt like I was policed all the time. They were walking by the room because I had to stay 6 feet away from the children within my classroom, and which with grade 1 and 2, which is like herding cats sometimes, it's very difficult to stay 6 feet away from them with a mask. So, I would see teachers kind of peeking in the room, like making sure there was no children around me and things like that. And they would often have parents come into my room to kind of help because the parent would mask and I wouldn't. Yeah.
To your knowledge, were any of the other teachers policed like that?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Cassandra, because you were in such a position of care with really the most vulnerable and now most precious treasures, children, did you have any special rituals that you would go through in the mornings to assess them somehow about their overall health or mental well-being?
Yeah, so prior to the COVID protocols, I always met my children at the door every morning and shook their hand. We look at each other in the eye, we shake each other's hand, and we say good morning to one another. And it's a good way to connect with the child. It's a good way to get an assessment of what does their hand feel like? What does their handshake like? Is it firm? Is it weak? Is it wet? Is it sweaty? Is it dry? Are they making eye contact with me? And it gives me a good indication of how I can best serve that child that day. And then at the end of the day, we would also do the same thing. But that stopped with the COVID protocols. I had to get creative and inventive.
What do you mean when you say you get inventive and creative?
Because I still wanted to, because I know how harmful it is for a child to be disconnected. When they're in a traumatic experience or in an environment like that where they're feeling fearful, because it was really inciting a lot of fear in the children, that to have that connection is really important because they tend to disconnect. And you can see that. I could see it in the class and how that was playing out with the children. So I thought I need to somehow keep this connection with the children. So I had each child get a tree branch of like some sort 6 feet long. And then we decorated the ends. One end was like a red or a pink. The other end was blue, so that we always knew what end I would shake the color and they would shake the color, so it wasn't getting mixed up, and we would shake hands with the stick.
Well, at least you were able to creatively form some sort of connection with the kids, even though the schools and the mandates brought in some rather ridiculous rules and procedures.
Mm-hmm.
Cassandra, you've been a teacher for a long time. How would you compare the learning environment that was brought in by the school system at those times versus the years prior?
Well, our faculty meetings became more and more geared towards how to police protocols for COVID and what public health was mandating. And so then our teaching became more fear-based and informed that way with the children. Make sure you sanitize your hands every day before we go outside the room. And if I may elaborate on that.
Please.
So one of the rules was that even if the children were going out into the hall to the bathroom to wash their hands with soap and water, they had to sanitize before they went out just in case they touched the walls. And they had to, there was one line going this way and 6 feet apart, one line going this way, like a coming and going line. So they were watching to make sure I was making sure the children would self-sanitize. And what happened was one of the children came in and she had caustic burns on her hands from the sanitizer. And I thought, oh my God, this is awful. Why are you doing this? And her parent actually wrote in and said, I do not want my child putting sanitizer on her hands. She's fine to just wash them. So I was very grateful that that parent chimed in for that.
Absolutely. You've seen some devastating things physically on the children because of the caustic burns from the overuse of sanitizer. What about their mental state? What about their, like I said, when I think back when I was a kid, not that's a good thing, but, try to have a happy childhood, and a teacher was that connection, particularly in those very early grades. Because really at the end of the day, you do become a replacement parent for little kids that are in their 5, 6, 7 years old. So, you take on a bit of a motherly role. And how do you, after the precautions were brought in, how was their learning environment? How were the kids? Like, were kids being kids? Or was it, what would you compare it to?
So, prior to the protocols, the children would go to each other's desks, they would eat together, they would play games together. We would put all our desks together for birthday celebrations. We did all of these things. So after, we weren't allowed to do that. And even outside, they were supposed to be like 6 feet apart. And they weren't allowed to sing. And they weren't allowed to sing inside. And if they were singing outside, they had to sing 6 feet apart. So, the children become fearful of one another. Their self-regulation is being either stopped or it's going to be delayed because they're unsure of what they need to do and where they need to go. Their cognition, because there was children that were masking in the class, it wasn't mandated at that time for the children to be masked, but some families wanted their children masked, and some families even had children double masked. And you can see the blood drained from their face. Like, they didn't have the rosy cheeks and, things like that. You could really see the difference. So their cognition, their rate of taking something in and digesting the education that they were being given, it's like eating a bad meal, right? It wasn't working, and you could see that they couldn't keep up, or they were really tired, or they got tummy aches. You get to see a lot of that happening. And I had this special little tent in the room that I had to sanitize every time somebody came in or out of it. But at least it was a space where the child could curl up with their own little blankie and pillow and just kind of regroup a little bit, to reconnect in that space, a shelter. So, sorry if I'm going off tangent a little bit.
Carry on. We were talking about the kids, and it's very,
very
so
important. You can see that this, development of self-trust, development in trust in others starts to get delayed or impaired in some way because they're cut off. They have sensory deprivation. Their sense of touch is cut off. Even their sense of hearing could be cut off if they're not hearing their friends properly or somebody that is muffled. Other teachers that did come in and had a mask on, you can't properly hear tone in the voice, so you can't really comprehend what's being said to you. And then, so there's a lot of sensory deprivation that was happening there. The sense of smell, taste, all of those things were slowly declining in the children that were wearing masks. And so I found that where typically I had a certain curriculum I was bringing at a good rhythm, and everybody was able to digest it, and now I really had to pull back on that. I really had to have intuitive pedagogy, right, where you kind of have to intuit what the children's needs are and just meet them where they're at.
Absolutely. As with any school system, whether public or private, there will be learning outcomes that should be met or need to be met. So we know that the kids are progressing at a set pace, if you will. Do you find that you were able to meet those learning objectives that have been set for those kids?
I would say those learning objectives were definitely delayed. Where, like I just said, where that I had a certain rhythm, you knew by this time you would be meeting these outcomes. Typically, that's how it worked. But they were really pulled back, not just because of the impairment of the children being able to digest the information, but also from the onset of the unnecessary protocols that we were always told to police with the children to make sure they understood the rules, and what needed to happen. So, and then trying to explain that to the children in a way that's loving and kind and warm, so that it doesn't further incite any fear. Yeah.
Absolutely. That makes perfect sense, Cassandra. I'm just going to take you back for a moment, because your colleagues certainly seem to have an extreme fear of someone that wasn't wearing a mask. How did the kids feel when you showed up in the classroom with no mask? Was there did you have to give an explanation as to why this teacher is not wearing a mask and some of the rest of the teachers are?
So with children at this age, typically they're part of the whole. They haven't really quite come into their own self-individuality. That usually happens around the 9-year change. So at this age, their consciousness is more part of, I'm part of the whole. You're part of me, I'm part of you. So there were some children that were like, Miss Cassandra, why don't you have to wear a mask? And I said, well, no, I just don't. I choose not to wear a mask. And I just didn't want to, I'm not going to get into it with the child.
Of course.
So, and that was the end of that. I just gave them a very simple answer, and that was the end of that. So, yeah, that was how that was met. But ultimately, they didn't really pay attention because, like you said earlier, they look to you like children still, like they would call you mom half the time, in class, and instead of Miss Cassandra. Oh, yeah, sorry, Miss Cassandra, right? Because they're looking for that adult that, is giving them, nurturing them, and providing them with an environment of love and warmth. And so they just want to hug, come into the folds of that. And so, yeah, so there was children that would just like unconsciously just, want to naturally come up and give me a hug. And I would kind of like hide them off to the side, right? Okay, we're not hugging, so anyway, yeah.
Wow, it's kind of frightening what happened and what mandates they brought in and imposed on our children. Because I don't really have any other questions, but is there anything that you feel you'd like to add before I defer to the commissioners?
Okay.
Please go ahead.
Yeah. So one of the other things that had happened, just to give you another picture, is the executive director, who's supposed to be impartial and fair to everyone. One day I was walking in close to the office, and she was coming out of the office, which meant that we were kind of going by close to one another, and she had her mask on. She literally turned her back to me because I was walking beside her. And then after, there was a time where we all went online, and I won't even get into how detrimental that is for children, but then we went online learning, and then when we were coming back from the online learning, it was mandated that all the children and everyone within the school had to wear a mask. Even the little pre-primary ones all had to wear a mask. So they called me, and they said, we can't have you come back to school. We can no longer honor your medical exemption, and we won't, and we can't have you back to school. So what we're going to do is we're going to put you on paid leave, but we're going to have a substitute teacher lead your class, and you have to provide them with lesson plans. So I did that for a few weeks, and then everybody went off online again. So then at the near the end of the school year, I think it was the end of May, beginning of June, I'm not quite sure, but, and this is 2021, they were going to go back into the classroom for 1 or 2 weeks. And so they said, well, we can't have you back in the classroom, we can't honor your medical exemption, and we won't. And so unless you want to wear this helmet that was like, it's called a microclimate helmet. They were willing to pay over $400 for this microclimate helmet that looks like one of those old sea diver helmets. And I thought, no, I'm not. That would just, those children have enough. I am not stepping in front of those children with a, never mind my own trauma of having to deal with that. And I have a medical exemption. Right. So that was where I said no. And so they just kept making this environment for me at the school very toxic, very hostile, you know, watching me all the time, all these little things adding up. And I decided at that, you know, this was not in my contract. This was not the terms of my employment. My terms of employment were significantly changed. And so due to the employer's conduct, I felt forced to leave my job, and I made my decision to resign.
Fantastic. So just quickly to reiterate, so you had a valid medical exemption from a physician in Nova Scotia, and the school chose to disregard it entirely and essentially tell you, you know, your exemption means nothing to us. So if you want to come, you put on a spacesuit, right, and teach, because that would be a wholesome environment to them.
That's correct.
Thank you very much, Cassandra.
You're very welcome.
I can do.
I have a couple of short questions.
Sure.
You mentioned that, I believe you mentioned that there were still faculty meetings going on.
Correct.
And you'd attend those faculty meetings. Some people didn't have masks on, some, and yet seemed to be okay. My question has to do with the intent or the content of those faculty meetings. How much time, if any, in those faculty meetings was spent discussing the protocols for masking, etc., versus what protocols should be in place to compensate for the things you were seeing going wrong with children, with their learning being reduced or being impeded, and some of the social issues. So my question is, how much time were they spending trying to mitigate those, coming up with protocols to mitigate the effects of the masks on the children's learning environment?
Yeah. I would bring something up to try to mitigate, and I was immediately shut down. So there was very little to none on mitigation, and I would say there was probably 1/3 of the meeting was spent on protocols, what we need to do, how we could be better. I even have like an email that was sent out by the education director. It was sent out to all the faculty, and she specifically named me in this email, and she says, for you, Cassandra, I would ask that you double up on your physical distancing and also supporting the parents who come in to support the class during transitions as well as in class time. So she, you know, so I was really like put in the spotlight because of, was a private thing for me with my medical exemption, and that was like put out through the whole school.
So I just want to make sure I understand that. They said you had to double up on your distancing?
That's what they wanted me to do.
So your distancing was 6 feet, you had to be 12 feet
they
away from the kids?
They wanted me to do 12 feet.
How many kids were in the classroom?
How many did I have that year?
Approximately.
I remember, I would say approximately 18.
So would it be possible in a classroom to be 12 feet away from 18 children?
No.
I have one other question, and maybe it's just I didn't understand something about this. I thought you said that you weren't allowed to go into the lunchroom and have lunch with the staff?
Correct.
Did they eat their lunch with the mask on?
I wouldn't know because I wasn't allowed in the faculty room.
Thank you. That's all I've got.
You're welcome.
I have two questions. One short question. You are probably have heard, I've never seen it myself because I've been out of the university and school and so on for a long time, but I've heard that there's a lot of issues in the American campus, but maybe also in some places in Canada, about what the so-called safe space and microaggression. That is, people that are sensitive to opinions or behavior. And I'm trying to understand what that could represent in an environment, but with teenager or young adult, maybe this is something that can be, I don't know, managed somehow. But in a school with children like that and amongst adults, which are the faculty, would you compare what you've lived through of something like microaggression?
I don't know. I'm not sure how to answer that question. I know I felt segregated and I felt discriminated against. I felt, I just felt very isolated. So I don't know about the microaggression piece. Sorry.
How did you felt emotionally?
Oh, emotionally, emotionally I was really traumatized. I was really sad, and I was thinking, what am I going to do for work now? How am I going to make a living? You know, I can't go back into that environment. They won't even let me back into that environment. So they made it very difficult for me. So I went into this very anxious, stressful state of, fight or flight, and thinking, okay, I need to boots in and just get moving and figuring out what I'm going to do. And that's where I was really grateful that I had this doctor that was helping me, this psychotherapist, because she was really helpful to help me get through that stage.
My other question, maybe you're not aware of that, but in Quebec, they actually conducted a very extensive study to look at the impact of these measures in school, in the learning process and behavior of the children and so on. Are you aware of similar study in Nova Scotia? And
I'm not aware of similar studies in Nova Scotia directly, but from some of my training in working with transdisciplinary healing education, that, working with educating traumatized children, right, and seeing how trauma and these things not only have mental health implications and psychotherapy indications for the children at the time, and if it's not worked out immediately, it can turn into other illnesses and disease, right? But it also can have a delay in development in their development of their organs, in the development of how they move, in their growth. So there is a lot that can happen physiologically and psychologically with the children.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cassandra. I really appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. My apologies.
Oh, sorry.
Let me take that back for a moment.
I'm sorry.
I still appreciate your time, but we have one more question.
Yes. Sorry.
Hi, Cassandra. I just
Hi.
want to take it just a little bit bigger, broader. Who determined the protocols? Was it external, or was it the provincial health, or was it just an internal within the private school system?
We were told that they were getting their mandates from public health. That's what we were told at the faculty meetings. And the school had put together a small group of individuals, teachers and parents, that put together what they felt were the measures and protocols that our school would be doing. So they were getting this public health from public health, they were getting whatever mandates or protocols, and then they would take that and then they would implement it in a way for our school following those guidelines. That was my understanding. That's what we were told.
Were you ever given a copy of those mandates from provincial health, or you just read about it in the media, that kind of thing?
I don't recall being given anything. Yeah, I don't recall being given anything. I just remember us being told this is what was happening. Yeah. It was kind of like an agenda note, right?
Yes.
This is part of our agenda, but it didn't go into detail.
Did you see any discrepancies with what was happening within your private school as compared to other schooling alternatives in Nova Scotia? I'm not from here, that's why I ask.
Yeah. I wasn't sure what was happening in the public school system because I'm not part of that. I just knew what was happening in our private school, and I didn't know too much about what was happening in the other school systems. I was just really involved with what we were doing.
Okay, and then one final question. In terms of incident reporting, was there any reporting process within the school system for the hand sanitizer issue?
No, there was no incident reporting for that. It was the parents coming back to say, my daughter has caustic burns from this overuse of sanitizer, and I don't want her using it anymore.
So there would be no path to document what was happening with that child and taking that information, sorry, I just lost my voice, I think, taking that information to the public health authorities?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, thank you.
Is there one more question forthcoming? No. We do have an audience question for you, Cassandra, as well. The question is, thinking of air quality and our scent-free schools, did the hand sanitizer have any negative impact?
As far as scent sensitivity?
Yeah, because I mean, usually I find that, and I'm going to presume that whoever's asking the question, are you talking about scented hand sanitizers? Because no, because they were both available, I believe, at the schools. Yes, please.
Have a smell to them. Yeah, yeah. In my class personally, I didn't notice any scent sensitivities to the sanitizer, only the physical sensitivities of rash, the burns, things like that.
Okay, wonderful. I believe we've got all questions answered now. So thank you once again very much, Cassandra.
Thank you.
Thank you all. The hearings will rise for the day and reconvene tomorrow at 9 a.m. Thank you.